First of all, give our honor and praise to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and blesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he, giving due respect to a head or leader in Israel, chief liaison, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, and similar to the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Back at it again for another Shabbat day. I might get the notification. Awesome. Yes. Back together for another Shabbat day. And this is something that has to be done 24/7, 7 days a week. The only way you will humble yourselves to whom God commanded you to humble yourselves is when you take heed to these laws. That's the only way you're going to change towards the holiness of God. Because I noticed with myself that in order for me to change and in order for me to get better, I have to read this book with a desire, with a certain desire to do. You have to read the book with a certain desire to do and fulfill the commandments of the Creator. Then and only then we will be holy like unto God. Because that's a commandment also. He said, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Which means be God-like, be like unto God. So he preserved a book with laws, commandments, statutes. He preserved a book with about a history or a nation of people whose ways was desired by God. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joshua, Moses, King David, Saul, at one point in time, he also has gained favor in the eyes of the Most High until he messed up. Until he didn't follow the commandment of the Most High when he commanded him to kill Agag, to kill the sinners, don't bring nothing back, but he wanted to do his own thing. He did his own thing and hearkened to the people. But one thing we got to realize is that no one can put their foot in none of these men's shoes. We ain't nowhere near none of these men in this book. So who am I, who are you, and who are we to talk or say things contrary to what or opposite to what they did? I ain't got nothing to say about what these men did. Because every one of these men was better than me. Every one of these men had a connection with the Most High God. At any given time, they can go and inquire of the Most High God and get an answer. Because these people stayed connected. And the Lord, he said, gave the law to the priest, to the high priest. Right? And the high priest was the only one that had the book of the law. From there, he commanded the king to read the book of the law, so that his heart may not be lifted up above his brethren. So that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren. Right? Now, you know what lifted up means? You know what that is? You know what that goes into? Pride. When your heart gets lifted up above this person or that person, pride comes into play. But why arrogance? But why the Most High made specific on who should have the book? Because these people governed the nation. the priests, the king, especially, governed this whole nation. And the king, we can't have a proud king. If you had a proud king, he's going to do things that make judgment according to his liking, according to him. When we are supposed to make judgments according to what? The liking of the Creator, the liking of God. Okay? And those two people, the Most High gave command to read that law. So now we don't have a high priest because you need the holy anointing oil to anoint this high priest. So we can't have a priest here. And you need a temple. The priests don't leave the grounds of the temple. We don't have a king because we're not in our land. But you know what? We need to read this book. We need to read the law so that, number one, it will have an effect. It will have an effect on your spirit by reading these laws continuously over and over and over. It has an effect on your spirit. Envious people, right? Envious people frequently compare themselves, then find themselves wanting. They seek to bring down the person who they perceive is making them feel that way. I envy you. Right, insecure in yourself. I envy you. So now I go and say things to push you down. You see that done right here. I envy you because whatever it is, and then I say certain things to push this brother down. Well, but this one does this, this, and this.
Shoot him down.
Shoot him down.
Everything about him gets shot down.
You have envy. Those are the book teaches us the ways of a person that is envious. That's one of them. And that is one of the things that God hates. I seen it just before my eyes. Okay, between brothers and sisters and parents. The father uplift this one. They ain't gonna tell the father what they had to say. They're gonna go amongst their own brothers and say, man, I'm uplifting him, and he does this, 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 and this. That's envy. Why are you envying me? If you want praises, then do better. You gotta do better. Just like what God told the king. Just like what God told to Cain. He said, if thou doest well, shalt thou not be exalted? Shall not thou be lifted up? He said, I will exalt you if you do better. He said, but if you don't do better, then sin lies at the door. At the doors of your mind. And saying, unto thee shall it be your desire. That's what you're going to desire. You're going to desire every and anything besides these laws, commandments, and statutes. Anything that has to do with holiness and godliness, you are going to shun it. Because God has put in you to desire the things that is contrary to God. He gave you your own heart's lust, and he increased it in you. Because we do things that bring death. Our actions bring death. Your conversations and the things that we conversate about brings death. Our ways brings death. Right? All right. Another point of an envious person. Envious people is competitive. When you look up, and that's also in the history, he said, you should not be rival. It means to compete. Don't compete. Y'all, I'm better than you. I don't care who's better. I don't care who's the best. I don't care who do what better than what. You're an envious man. Man, I'm the best one that did. What are you talking? I'm the best. That make heads turn. When you hear people talk like that, heads gonna turn and look at you.
Right.
Wow. That tells me that you have a lot of work to do with yourself. You person has a lot of work to do with himself. Yes, a whole lot of work. And I can't do the work for you. The only one that can do that work is you. But guess what? The same person that has to do that work, he don't read. He don't study. So he's not going to perceive. The person is not going to perceive that he needs to do work on himself. That he needs to stop doing certain things. He doesn't have a conscience. He doesn't have a conscience. And when the person have a conscience, he's always looking to make repairs. A person with a conscience is looking to make repairs. Don't tell me I did wrong if I ain't violate the commandments of God. Don't tell me I violated a sin if God don't look at it as a violation of a sin. Because I'm just trying to stick close to God. I'm trying to stick more and closer to God. Because certain things is supposed to be used for a wake up. And why God said, he said, glorify my name. Means the things that God did for you, you're not supposed to ever forget. The things that God did for you and delivered you out of, you glorify it and you magnify it and use that for strength to keep pushing forward towards his laws, commandments, and statutes. But a person without a conscience is not going to consider that. A person without a conscience is not going to consider that. Why you think God did that to the children of Israel? Man? Why do you think God did that to the sons of Israel? He said, because I did this and delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians. I delivered you from Og and Sihon, the king of the Amorites. I delivered you from here. He said, therefore, thou shalt keep my commandments, my laws, and my statutes. Which means I did all this for you. All I need for you to do is hearken to my word. That's the ways of God. You learn the ways of God by reading. The ways of God is all through the book, but you're not going to be able to pick it out if God don't open your eyes. If God do not open your eyes, you're not going to be able to see it.
That's right. You're going to see something else.
You're not going to be able to see it. You're going to see something else, and you're going to read it with your own understanding. You're going to read it with a different mind, with your own understanding and how you feel and what you depict and think is right or wrong by God. And that's not the way it is.
Everybody can do that.
That's not the way it is. Even though you have done such wickedness, you still have to be able to discern and say, well, hey, I was wrong. But a person without a conscience is not going to consider that. A person without a conscience is not going to accept their fault. You're not going to accept that you was wrong and you violated the commandments and the laws of this great and holy God, the unseen God, a God that you don't pin up and hang on the wall, a God that you don't put around your neck and on your hand. This is the unseen one. That's why the Most High said, listen, set bounds around the mountain. Don't let no person break through, no animal or no person, lest my wrath break forth. He's going to be a dead man. And Most High told Moses, he said, go down and tell the people. He said, Moses, he said, you turned it. It's already bound. I already set boundaries around it. He said, go down and tell the people. The majority of these people today is going to the pit. Because you can tell by their ways and their lifestyle. Nobody is looking to do better with God. Nobody is looking to excel with God. Everybody is just remaining dormant. And it's either you're excelling in righteousness or excelling in wickedness. There's no in between, and there's no sitting at one level. Okay? That's what we need to realize, man. We need to realize that, man. But most of the time, we talk in the ears of people that don't want to hearken. Already set in their ways. They're already stubborn and set in their own ways, and they are not looking to change for nobody, not even God. You can flash death in front of their face. That don't wake them up. You see, the Most High deal with each individual differently, according to their ways and how the stubbornness of their own heart. That's how God deals with you. So the way God deals with you, he don't have to deal with that person that way. He knows the amount of pressure I have to add on this guy to make a move. This dude here, I don't have to add that amount of pressure. All he has to do is witness what happened to you.
Yeah, he'll get it.
And he'll get it. He'll get it.
Wise man.
He'll get it. That's why God allows certain people to see certain things, to push the needle on you too, to be a witness. That's why throughout the book, when you read, he said, ye were witnesses. You've seen my glory. You've seen my glory. You've seen my glory. When the glory of the living God came down in that cloud and covered the entrance of that temple, of the tabernacle. Then he called Moses, Aaron, Miriam, the congregation sitting back watching.
Seen all the action.
They seen the action. They seen the movements of God, man. They seen all those plagues in Egypt. They seen everything. They seen everything. But yet these people still had the nerve to turn away from the Creator. These people had the nerve to still exalt and uplift idols and deities. These people had the nerve to still go aside, seeking their own wanton ways, just like today. But the only difference is you ain't seen nothing. And you're not going to see nothing. You know why you ain't going to see nothing? You know why God don't show you nothing? You know why God don't open your eyes to certain things? You know why? Because he don't want you. You are the unwanted. You are the unwanted. You're not worthy. You are not worthy. And throughout all the trials and the tests and the tribulations, that's why God tests and put the nation of Israel through trials to see if they was worthy of. To see if they was worthy of. See what they made of. And that's why God did all that. That's why the Most High did all that, man. We're gonna go into, let's go into Genesis. Go into Genesis. What's this? Yeah, Genesis 25. Go to Genesis 25.
Genesis chapter 25. Then again, Abraham took a wife. Her name was Keturah.
Keturah. Abraham is well stricken in age by then. Well stricken in age. And he's living out his name. He's living out his name. Anytime God changes your name, you up there. You have been exalted. You have gained the attention of the Creator. You know why? Because Abraham was the only man that God did not to show himself or show a sign to for him to believe. That's very important. I'm trying to get to, and that's where we all need to try and get to. God is far away. But if you can force yourself and make yourself believe the things that you read that God did, you will draw God's attention towards you for righteousness. Then and only then he will begin to open your eyes to certain laws, commandments, and statutes. You'll be a changed man after that. Because now you have believed the unseen one. You have believed in a God that has not shown himself in these days and times. And that was Abraham, most faithful. Most faithful. Tom, see?
And she bare him Zimron, Jokshan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. And Jokshan begot Sheba and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Ephah, Hanok, Abida, and Eldah. And these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac, and but unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts.
See, made a distinction. Everything that Abraham had, gave it to Isaac. But the rest of his sons, he gave gifts. Sons of the concubines, even the sons of his wife. Keturah was his wife. Gave him gifts. Why? He made a distinction because the covenant is going through Isaac. You know, you can have sons, 5, 6, 7, 20 sons, and only one. And only one. And that was Isaac. Only that one was worthy of by God. Only that one. Because it came from a clean vessel. 2 clean vessels. Abraham and Sarah. Come see.
But unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his sons while he yet lived, eastward.
And sent them away from Isaac. That's very important. Watch your companionship. Watch who you befriend. Watch your friends and your pals. Watch your peers. You know why? Because that also can influence you. It can also cause you to sin.
Okay.
Watch your peers. Watch your friends. Watch the people who you walk with. And those was his brothers.
Yeah.
Those was Isaac's brothers. So it means one thing. I got 8 brothers. Everybody don't have the same mentality as you.
Right.
Everybody don't move like you.
That's right.
Everybody don't think like you. Everybody is not godly or going towards God like you. So therefore, because of that, I have to put certain separations. Yeah, I love you from a distance, but I have to separate you. Separate from you. I have to separate from you. Why do you think Abraham separated all those boys that he had from that one son? There's a reason why. There's a reason why. Why do you think God said, separate yourselves from these 7 nations? Do not go into covenant or in agreement with them. Why do you think God told the children of Israel that? Because we have to put a separation between the holy and the profane. Righteousness and wickedness. Good and evil. And that's the mentality that we need to start acquiring. That's the mentality that we need to start acquiring to be godlike. To be like unto God. To be holy like God commanded us to be. We don't realize that. Right now, our brains is on the merry-go-round. Our brains are on the merry-go-round. Like, what you call that? No, what you call it? Ceiling fan. It spins, go round and round. That's all you know. Over and over. Nothing else goes in and nothing goes out. You're just dormant. It's not good, man. It's not good. We need to wake up. Because this God ain't nothing to play with. The God we serve is nothing to play with. It's not a joke, man. It's not a joke. Tom Street.
And sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived eastward unto the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived, 175 years.
175 years. 175 years that man lived.
Then Abraham gave up the ghost and died.
Then, what verse was that?
8.
Okay.
Then Abraham gave up the ghost and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried.
See what it says for ghosts. Look it up in your thing and tell me what word it is for ghosts. It said good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. Do we understand what we just read in here? He said Abraham was gathered to his people. And he's dead.
Who those people are?
And he's dead. Who are those people that he is gathering towards?
It said that about Moses too later on.
It said that about Moses. It said that about Samuel. Now his spirit is not, look, it's not amongst the wicked. He's gathered amongst the righteous ones that was before him. You know who was? Adam, Seth, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, Shem, Apakshad, Salah, Ebal, Peleg, Reu, Seru, Nahor. Those righteous and pious men that died, that's where his spirit going, amongst those righteous spirits, amongst those righteous men. What's the word? Let me see.
It means to perish, to expire, to be dead, to be ready to die.
Chemo wild hay.
Yes.
Let's see. Chemo wild iron. Yeah, gawa. Gawa means to die.
And his sons, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre.
Okay. And his sons, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the cave of Machpelah. Our forefathers prepared themselves when it was time to expire. When it was time to die, they prepared themselves for the cave of Machpelah, and that was the spot where he got buried, Sarah got buried, Isaac got buried, Rebecca got buried, Jacob got buried, Leah got buried. Raquel died on the way in Ramah. Where? On the oak. Where up to this day, we read that she's weeping for the sons of Jacob.
That's later on down.
That's later on down, years and years and years later.
Isaiah, Jeremiah time. Yeah.
Where she's looking and weeping for her sons. To where that was only the privilege of the righteous. The righteous can look, and not the wicked. The wicked, I don't know what they
totally cut off.
Totally cut off. Time to see.
The field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, there was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well, the Harod. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, and Hagar, the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael.
Go to verse 16, skip that.
These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their towns, by their castles. 12 princes according to their nations. He
received the blessing from God too. He just couldn't be around Isaac. Because Ishmael has certain ways in him that God didn't want around Isaac. So he said, listen, this guy got to be separated away from him. In order to keep Isaac in his perfection, in his wholeness, complete and whole, and in his perfection, without fault, I cannot keep this guy around him. Oh, your sons from Keturah, I got to separate them from him. Because this guy here is different. Read.
And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years.
137 years.
And he gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou goest toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Isaac. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah the wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padan Aram, the sister to Laban, the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife.
And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife. To entreat means to ask. To ask for. Isaac turned to God and asked the Most High, entreated, begged him, asked him for a son for his wife. Because it's my wife's desire. It wasn't his desire. It was her desire. But her desire became his. Man, that's what you want, baby? All right, come on, let me do it. That's when you want. That's when you want. As long as it doesn't conflict or go or get in the way of you serving God, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it. Come see.
And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren.
She was barren. She couldn't have children.
And the Lord was entreated of him. And Rebekah, his wife, conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so, why am I thus?
She said, man, the children struggled within her. Now, she don't know what's going on. At this point in time, there is no scan to check and see what's going on. No sonogram. I can't look in here to see if it's twins, triples, to see if it's a boy and girl, or I just gotta wait till it's time for me to deliver. So now, whatever's going on, these two children were struggling in the womb from birth, from before they was born. And the reason why everything transpired the way it happened was because of what God told this woman right here. That's why everything panned out that way. That's why Esau had to sell his birthright. That's why Jacob had to go in to get the first birthright, the blessing. Because everything they had to pan out today. They had to go there. Tom shit.
And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord.
And she went to inquire of God.
And
that woman was juiced up. She went to inquire of God and got an answer, an immediate answer from the Most High God.
And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb. 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
2 nations are in thy womb. 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one
people shall be stronger than the
and
other
the one
people.
shall be stronger than the other people.
And the elder shall serve the younger.
And the elder shall serve the younger. Now, the elder is Esau. It's the elder. He said the elder is going to serve the younger. How do you serve? What is the definition? How do you serve? I become the provider. That's how you serve. I'm the provider. I'm serving. I make sure you eat. I house you. This, and the other, and the other. Esau is the server. Is the elder. Read.
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb.
Twins in her womb.
And the first came out red.
The first came out red.
Over like a hairy.
The word for red is Admoni, which was the same complexion of King David. When it said David was ruddy, the word that they use for ruddy, it says Admoni. That tells you he was the same complexion as Esau. He wasn't white. Esau wasn't white. Now, this clear complexion came about when a people moved into the cold region, and the colder it is, your hair gets thinner, and you start to lose melanin in your skin after hundreds and hundreds of generations. Not just 1, 2, 3. It don't happen right away. Later on down the line, 50, 100 years, generation after generation after generation.
And the first came out red all over, like a hairy garment. They called his name Esau. After that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel. There
in the womb, Jacob grabs Esau by his heel.
And after that came his brother, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter. A man of the field. Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents.
The word for plain is tamim. It said, and Jacob was a perfect man. Jacob was a whole man. Jacob was flawless. He was complete. And that's the only way we will be accepted by God. We have to be complete. We have to be whole. When the Most High, when Moses sent out the spies, he said Joshua and Caleb followed God wholly, complete, 100%. We cannot serve God no other way. We have to serve him in completeness in order to be accepted of him, in order to gain his attention, or in order to gain God's attention so he can begin to start looking towards us. We have to be serving God in completion, man. Not half-stepping, not 50-50. And the main thing to these laws is to cut out presumptuous iniquity. That's the main thing. That's what destroys presumptuous iniquity. Read.
And Isaac loved Esau.
Because
he did eat of his venison. But Rebekah loved Jacob.
Read.
And Jacob sowed pottage. And Esau came from the field, and he was faint.
Jacob sowed pottage. Esau came from the field. He was tired. Read.
And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom.
He said, feed me with the same pottage you got there. He said, because I'm tired, man. I'm faint. I'm out in the field all day hunting, trying to catch some. Apparently, he didn't get nothing. Not every time you go out and hunt, you come back successful.
They don't come out.
No. And That's how that is. You go out and you come back empty. So when he went out, he was tired, being out in the field all day. He came back. Jacob decided he's boiling beans. So look what he told Jacob. Time sheet.
For I am faint. There was his name called Edom. And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright.
He said, sell me your birthright. You want some of my beans? Sell me your birthright. Let's do an even exchange. There was nothing wrong with that. God didn't say Jacob was wrong. God said, I read in the Apocrypha, he said there was no sin found in those three men.
That's right.
No iniquity found in Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We can't touch Yaakov. We can't touch him. We cannot be in the same room with that man. So we can't speak against the things that these men did in the book, man. That you feel or you think is wrong. But now think, John, think. You tired and you ask your brother for something and he goes, I'm not going to agree with you. You know why? Because God didn't say it was wrong. God didn't say it was wrong. And you don't have the same mentality as God. So now you're going to see things differently than the way God sees it. But that's why we got a book so that we can read and we can change our way of thinking. Change our ways, change our thoughts, change the way we think according to the pattern that God has set up. According to what God has set up. That's the only thing I will accept. That's the only thing we should be accepting. But in order to know what to accept, you got to know the book. I got to be reading so I can know what to stay away from, what not to stay away from. What should I say at this time? When should I hold back? A wise man knows that. But you are not wise because the only thing that makes you a wise man is by adhering to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. That's it. Time sheet.
And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die. What profit shall this birthright do to me? Mm-hmm. Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he sware unto him. And he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils. And he did eat and drink and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Mm-hmm. Chapter 26. There was a
Go to chapter, 29.
Then Jacob went on his journey and came into
No. 27.
Genesis chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son and said unto him, my son. And he said unto him, behold, here am I. And he said, behold, now I am old. I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver, and thy bow.
He said, I'm old, and my eyes was dim. When it says you can't see, he can't see nothing. He didn't know who was coming in or who was going out. His eyes is dim, he can't see, right? It says so that he could not see. He called Esau's eldest son and said to him, my son, And
he said unto him, behold, here am I. And he said, behold, now I am old. I know not the day of my death.
I don't know when I'm going to die. Most righteous and pious men, when they feel that feeling of death, it's time to instruct. It's close. I can't pinpoint when it's going to happen, but it's close. I'm about to die. He says, so let me instruct my household. Let me instruct these people to show them the way that they should go. Like my father already said it. He said, if I die, or when I ain't here no more, he said, I want y'all to keep this up. That's a command.
That's right.
That's a command that we have to do for the rest of our life. Uphold. Do it. Have a convocation. We break and we good. Then you can nothing change. Nothing changes. We remain and hold fast. And see, parents, when you become a parent, you'll understand.
You understand. Sure.
Parents have, besides God's law, commandments, and statutes, parents have their own commands. That's why the word and the definition of honor, it means to fulfill the terms of, to fulfill the conditions of who? Of your father and your mother. Abraham could not fulfill the terms and the condition of Terah because Terah was an idol worshiper.
That's right.
So you didn't hear Abraham say, but my father, Terah wanted, whatever Terah wanted was down the drain. Terah served idols, teraphims, and deities, and had ways that God did not see in Abraham. He had ways that Abraham didn't have in him. So know what you're following. It even includes your parents. Because the laws of God is above your parents. And when you put your parents and your uncle and your brother and your sister and your girlfriend or your wife and everybody ahead of God, now they have become your God. He said, you should not put no other God. Don't put nothing before God. Don't put nothing before me. What part don't you understand? The laws and the commandments of the Creator come first. Before everything, anything. I told my woman that one time. I said, listen, the only thing that will get me away from you is if you turn away from this. The love, I get it out. Cut. You know why? Because my love with God is number one. So in order to keep me, do that. I ain't tell her that because I don't want you to know that. I don't want you to do it just to keep me. I want you to do it because you want to do it. Do it of your own will. Do it because you know it's right. Do it because you acknowledge that this is God and this is the only way that we should be living. Everybody don't think the same. Everybody don't move the same. And God continued to put a sift. The sift means to cause you to turn away. That's the sift. When you see people, anytime you see a person that willingly just turn away from God, right? That's not increasing in righteousness or not pushing for righteousness or don't have that, you're in the sift, man. You're in the sift. You are in the sift. Time she read.
And therefore I pray thee, take thy weapons, thy
quiver,
and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison.
Take me some venison.
And make me savory meat, which as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son, and Esau went to the fields to hunt for venison.
And Rebekah heard when Esau spake to Esau his. Go ahead, read it.
And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison and make me savory meat that I may eat.
He said, I heard your father speaking to who?
To Esau.
To Esau.
Thy brother, saying, Bring me venison.
To Esau thy brother saying, Bring me venison.
And make me savory meat that I may eat.
And make me savory meat. Savory meat is meat that seasons. Spices. Read.
And bless thee before the Lord before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee.
Now therefore, my son, obey my voice as that what I commanded.
Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, Esau, my brother, is a hairy man.
He said, look, behold. He said, wait a minute, Mom. Wait a minute. He said, listen, how do you want me to go in there to get some blessing? He said, but my brother Esau, he's a hairy man. He's very hairy. And he said, I'm a smooth man. Read.
Peradventure, my father peradventure will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver.
My father is going to feel me, and he's going to look at me as a deceiver. Because I ain't who I say I am.
Right.
Read.
And I shall bring a curse upon you.
And I'm going to bring a curse upon me.
And not a blessing.
And not a blessing. You see how we bring curses upon ourselves? Very easily. By saying things out your mouth, making people believe that you are one way, but you're not that way. You know how many people do that? You know how many people paint a pretty picture about themselves, but they're not who they're not compared to what they say out their mouth.
They're not who they say they are.
They're not who they say they are. Tom sheet, read.
And his mother said unto him, Upon me be thy curse, my son.
Upon me be thy curse, my son.
Only obey my voice and go fetch me.
Now think now. People look at this, read it, and say, I can do it. Rebecca did it. No, you can't. This was a different situation. Number one, God was in that situation.
Yeah.
God, the Most High God, was in that situation. Okay? From the beginning, when the Most High told Rebecca the rundown between these 2 boys, God was in this situation. The mother cannot tell me to go out of my house. That's not what to do. God wasn't in that. God was in this situation, man. Tom, see.
And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother, and his mother made savory meat such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son.
He went and bought a goat, not there, a goat, prepared it, and made it taste like venison. She was a cook. She was a cook. Tom, see.
And Rebekah took the goat and the raiment of her eldest son, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck.
That should tell you right there how hairy that man was. Yeah. If she had to put skins of animals upon Jacob, he was hairy. Yeah. All on his neck, he was hairy, man. That was a hairy man. I don't see no man hairy like that. Ain't nobody today hairy like that. He was hairy. Tom, see?
And she gave the savory meat and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here am I. Who art thou, my son?
He said, Who are you? He said,
And Jacob said to his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me.
I have done according as thou badest me.
Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly?
Man, this is unusual, son. You don't usually get this meat, this venison that quick.
Something's wrong.
This takes a while. It takes a while when you go. Goats, you can go and get a goat because they are domesticated. Theirs are not domesticated. You can't have a barn of theirs. deers run all over the place, jumping. They jump high too, man. You have a high fence, them deers leap over that fence and land. They leap. And that's the skill, that was the skill that they used to get away from lions and tigers. Because running straight like that, you're going to be caught. So now they run and leap. Land wherever, you don't know where they landed. The thing running this way, he landing this way. That's how you get in the way. They leap. Right. They're very fast. That's why Jacob had that. Isaac had to ask. He said, how did you find this so quick?
And he said, because the Lord thy God brought it to me.
He said, because the Lord thy God hath brought it to you. What verse is that?
20.
20? 20. Right, okay. 21 now. Read.
And Isaac said unto Jacob, come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son.
He said, come on over here. He said, let me feel you and make sure you my son, man. Because you don't sound right, man. This don't sound right. See, you can't hide nothing from a godly man. You can't hide nothing from a godly man. That's one thing. He's going to detect something. His antenna's going to start coming up. Tom Shee.
Whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him and said, the voice is Jacob's voice.
Man, you sound like Jacob. The voice sound like Jacob, but what?
But the hands are the hands of Esau.
But you hairy as hell, man. You hairy, man. You feel this. You feel just like Esau.
And he discerned him not.
He discerned him not.
Because his hands were hairy as his brother.
Right. Ain't nobody else hairy like that in all the world right then and there. No one hairy like that. He's the only first hairy man with that reddish brown complexion. Read.
So he blessed him. And he said, art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, see, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field, which the Lord hath blessed. Therefore, God give thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee.
Let people serve thee.
And nations bow down to thee.
And nations bow down to thee. Read.
Be Lord over thy brethren.
Be Lord over thy brethren.
And let thy mother's sons bow down to thee.
And let thy mother's sons bow down to thee.
Cursed be everyone that curseth thee.
Cursed be everyone that cursed thee.
And blessed be he that blesseth thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. He
left out pretty quick. As soon as he finished blessing them, Jacob was gone.
Can't stick
around too long. You know, because Isaac come in and catch him dressed like that with all this, man, what's going on here, man? He's gonna give it away. He said, what is going on here? So I gotta go in, get the blessing, and he was scared, ran out quick. Get out of there, read.
And he also had made savory meat and brought it unto his father. And said unto his father, let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless him. And Isaac his father said unto him, who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn, Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, who? Where is he that had taken venison and brought it me? And I have eaten of all thou camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. When Esau heard the word of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, thy brother came with subtlety, and had taken away thy blessing.
Took away your blessing.
And he said, is not he rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright. And
he didn't trick you for getting your birthright. It was up to you to make that change. You want the lentils? Give me your birthright. You don't want to give me your birthright, then you ain't getting my lentils. So that's a choice that you made. I didn't supplant you with that. What I did supplant you with was getting the blessing from the Father. I didn't supplant you from getting no birthright.
He took away my birthright, and behold, now he had taken away my blessing. And he said, Hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants. And with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth.
Thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth.
And of the dew
And
of
the
heaven,
dew of heaven.
from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
And we held the dominion all the way down when Joab was killing the Edomites, and Hadad escaped. Hadad had to escape because the prophecy, the blessing of what Isaac gave to Esau had to be fulfilled. And it came during that period, it got broke. The dominion got broke.
Esau made himself a king.
That's right. They started, that's the uprising of Esau now. Tamshi.
And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob.
He said, man, listen. Esau hated Jacob. He hated him because of what he did. He said, when my father died, when the days of mourning for my father are at hand, he said, I'm going to kill you. But you know, the key thing in here was that these boys had enough respect and honor for their father for them not to tussle while he lived. While he lived. Or I'm going to catch you out. Look, even if we're not before Pop Dukes, they didn't do it while he lived. Period. They left that alone because it brings dishonor to our father. Read.
And these words of Esau, our eldest son, were told to Rebekah. And she said,
and these words of Esau, her son, eldest son, were told to Rebekah. Who told Rebekah?
He said it out loud.
He didn't say it out loud. He didn't tell nobody, but God informed her. God put it in her and told her. He said, listen, man, your son is going to kill Jacob. Look what Rebekah did that. And she sent and called Jacob,
her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, proposing to kill thee.
Purposing himself to kill thee.
Now therefore, my son, obey my voice and arise. Flee thou to Laban, my brother, to Haran, and tarry with him a few days until thy brother's spirit turn away. Until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him. Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both?
She loved both of them. She loved both of them. She didn't hate Esau. She loved Isaac and she loved Jacob and she loved Esau. But her favorite was Jacob. And because of what God told her when she was pregnant is why everything panned out this way. That's why. But Jacob was the better son. As far as godliness and righteousness, Jacob was the better son.
And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these, which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do?
And the parents was able to see him. You bring a woman or you bring a man, the parents is able to see past what you see. To be able to tell you, she's no good. He's no good. These people is no good. Stay away from this one. And most of the time when we don't listen, you get jammed. Because we're not looking past the flesh. We're not looking past the flesh. Okay, so now, cut that. And let's go to Psalms. Go to Psalms 103.
Psalms chapter 103.
Uh-huh.
Bless the Lord, O my soul.
He said, bless the Lord, O my soul.
And all that is within me.
And all that is within me.
Bless his holy name.
Bless his holy name.
Bless the Lord, O my soul. And forget not all his benefits.
Now, he said, bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits. You know what the benefits is? His dealings. Don't forget his dealings. Don't forget his recompense. Don't forget the things that God did for you. Don't forget the things that God did for you. And when God do wondrously for you, you got to repay him. I can't give him a gift. I can't give him no water to drink. I can't do nothing for him. The only thing that God requires from us is to honor his laws, respect his laws, his statutes, his commandments. And that is the only way we can show God his gratitude. That's the only way we can show God our thanks, is by adhering to his laws, commandments, and statutes. But like I said, only a person with a conscience is going to feel that way. Only a person with a conscience is going to feel that way. Only a person with a conscience is going to have the feelings to repay back that which God did for that person. You got to have righteousness in you, man, in order to acquire these ways of thinking. These ways of thinking don't pop up in just every and anybody's head. You're not going to feel a desire or have that will to do the things that is lawful and right, or to push up on his laws because of what God did for you. You're not going to acquire those feelings and that mentality because you're not on that path. You got to be on that road to acquire certain mentalities and certain ways that will please God. Tom Sheet.
Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits. Who forgiveth all thine iniquities?
Who forgiveth? Who pardons? Who forgiveth all thine iniquities? All your iniquities, man. Only a God could do that. But in order for God to forgive you for your iniquities, you have to make repairs. You got to make repairments. You have to make repairs. If you don't make no repairs, then God ain't going to forgive you for the things that you've done that was contrary or opposite to him. Tom Sheet.
Who healeth all thy diseases?
Who healeth all thy diseases? Only a God can heal you from your diseases and sickness and bring you back. Only a God could do that. You could pray all day long. But two things. I have to be somewhat right before God to be accepted of him, so that he can accept your offering, so that he can accept your prayers. And the person that is sick, he has to be somewhat accepted of God, or in a way, or in a path that is accepted of God for this thing here to work. So he said, who healeth all thy diseases and what?
Who redeemeth
Who
thy life?
redeem it? You know what redeem means? Gimulai. Gimulai means to recompense. To recompense, right? To buy back. To repurchase. To extricate from. To free or remove.
Who redeemeth thy life from destruction?
Who redeemeth thy life? Who redeemed you? Who freed you from being from going into the path of destruction? What is destruction? What do I mean by destruction? When you don't acknowledge the laws and the commandments of God, you are in the path or in the ways of destruction. So when the things that is lawful and right by God is mentioned or talked about, and you start cleaning the house, only the wicked is gonna get offended. Only the wicked feel offensive towards the things that is lawful and right by God. What's wrong with you? Look at yourself. Look, we don't have the same agenda. We don't have the same mind frame. When we all supposed to be as one, with one mentality, heading towards righteousness. But when I tell you, don't do this, don't do that, it's against the law. Oh, come on, Mikhail, man, you gonna make me look at you twice. I'm like, what's wrong with you? I just told you and explained to you that this is unclean. And I told you what's in it. And I told you shouldn't leave it alone. You too slow for getting rid of it. So I go and I pick up the unclean matter. You get angry. Those are people you need to leave alone and put some type of separation, because your determination to do the laws and the commandments of God is not people. People just don't acquire that 1, 2, 3 quick like that. People don't acquire that. We're going to jam ourselves. We're going to jam ourselves. Go ahead, read.
Who redeemed thy life from destruction?
Who redeemed thy life? Who removed? God removed me. God removed you. God removed that person from destruction.
Who crowned thee with loving kindness and tender mercies.
You know what that means by crowning thee with loving kindness? I put that in you. I put this righteousness in you because your hands called for it. Clean hands and a pure heart. Now, let me crown this man with righteousness and loving kindness, to love and to fear me always. Because he see you have the will and the desire to serve the Creator. You know when you're going up and down, you are on a seesaw. Some people not on the seesaw. No, some people just stay up. You know, you're on the seesaw, you go up. The one on the other side trying to push up, it won't go up. Nah, leave that nigga up there. There ain't no coming down from your pride, from your wickedness. All you're going to do is keep excelling in wickedness and keep going up levels and keep going till God destroy you. Till God wipe you out. You know who go on the seesaw? You know who go up and down? People that want to do right. But they have wickedness, and the seed of wickedness is in them. So you're struggling and you're pushing for righteousness, but there comes a time when you become weak and you drop. But then the righteousness in you, you consider yourself and pick yourself back up, because the righteous don't stay down for long. I ain't staying down for long. Yeah, I'm going to drop sometimes. Yeah, we all should drop sometimes, but acknowledge your ways and acknowledge your fault and the things that you do that is contrary to God, and pick yourself back up and do better. No, we don't do that. We want to continue in the ways and the customs of the nations. We want to be like them. We want to be like the Americans. I want to be like T Black. I want to be like G. I want to be like Jefferson. And all these heathens that we walk around. Don't you acknowledge and see that you are not like them? It's even a difference amongst ourselves. When I told Prince Paul last week, I said, listen, Prince. I said, God do separation amongst our own self. Amongst the so-called Israelites that people call themselves Israelites, God separate too. That's why, and I mentioned it too. I know you should see it on Teachers. I mentioned it. Yeah. I said, Prince, that's why even among certain camps, there was a separation. That's why God called certain people in certain camps and pushed them away. And then rang a bell on his head because he held his head down and shook. Remember Notion? You remember over there by you? He shook his head.
And it still happened.
And it still happens.
It still happened. It won't stop.
It ain't going to stop. The separation will continue until you die.
That's the sin.
That's the sin. It's out. And it ain't coming back empty. Tom Shake.
Who satisfied thy mouth with good things?
Wait a minute. Who does that? The Most High God. He said, who satisfied thy mouth? It also means to fulfill. Who fulfilled or satisfied your mouth with good things. You know, people say certain things, say, man, you shouldn't say that, man.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said that. No, but what? And people become all boisterous and pushing on. No, get that, man. You shouldn't have said that. When people can't acknowledge things that they shouldn't have said, I put a separation between me. Yeah, I love you, but I can't walk with you, man. I can't walk with you, man. I cannot walk with you because I'm pursuing righteousness. I'm pursuing a certain manner of thinking. I'm pursuing a certain way or behavior. And if you're not pursuing the same thing, I gotta walk away from you, man. We'll clash. Me and you gonna clash, and we family. Because we don't have the same mindset. We don't have the same mindset. We don't think the same. We don't think the same. Tom Sheik. So he said, fulfill your mouth with good things. Order your conversation, all right? I'm going to that later because in the Psalms he said conversation in the Hebrew it says dedek. He said order your ways are right. But check it. If your ways is right with God, then your conversation gonna be right. Your ways is right with God, you ain't gonna be conversating and talking about things that God hates, because that also includes in your ways. Come see.
So that thy youth is renewed like the eagles.
So that thy youth is renewed like the eagles.
The Lord executed righteousness.
The Lord executed righteousness and judgment for all that are oppressed. The word execute or said means to do. The Lord doeth righteousness and judgment for all that are oppressed. What is oppression? Oppression is an unjust or cruel exercise of authority or power. That's what you see most of the time when you read in the history with King David. King David didn't exercise his power in everything. In nothing. In nothing. Shimei threw stones at him, spit at him, and kicked dust at him. But he told Abishai, he said, what have I to do with you sons of Zeruiah? He said, he cursed me because God told him to curse me. Let him go ahead, let him curse. He said, God told him to curse me. That's why it happened. And that's a mentality that we need to acquire. Nothing happens for nothing, right? Everything that happened to you is because God allowed it. God allowed it to happen. When the adversary did what he did to Job, God allowed it to happen. When you went to prison and this happened, you end up in the hospital, God allowed it to happen. Now it's up to you to acknowledge your fault with God, acknowledging that this happened because I came up short with the Creator. That's why this and that and the other things happen, because I came up short with God. People don't move that way. People don't think that way. Tom Sheik.
He made known his ways unto Moses.
He made known his ways unto Moses. How did God make known his ways to Moses? By telling them all these holy laws, commandments, and statutes. And the ways of God is all through the laws. And it's broken down in the history and the Proverbs and the Psalms. Tom Sheep.
His acts unto the children of Israel.
His acts, his doings, what he did for the children of Israel. That's right. What he did for the children of Israel.
The Lord is merciful and gracious.
The Lord is merciful. The Lord is merciful. And he only going to deal with you in mercy if you have mercy. He said, with the merciful, I will be merciful to. So if you're not merciful, why you think God is going to be merciful to you? No. No. But I got to know who to be showed his mercy to. I know who to show his mercy to. Number one, we showed mercy to our own people. We showed mercy to our own people. And God showed mercy to all. We are not God. Perfectly said. Because in Isaiah it says, to a man of my people. God told us who to turn towards, who to do for. God is mercy to all. Shows mercy to all.
That's right.
We are not God. Tom Sheep.
The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger.
Slow to anger. A person that is slow to anger has patience.
Yes.
And that's God. God was slow to anger, which means he had a lot of patience to put up with these people foolishness. He was able to tolerate these people for such a long time. For such a long time. And that's what really happens. I tolerate you because I don't want to get, I'm slow to anger. And I don't want to get that way with you. Because I know if I get that way, I will destroy you. My wrath is unstoppable. And you can't be, there have been times that I seen a person get angry and certain people get angry. They only zero in on you. And most people were like, yo, you didn't see me. Like, no, I didn't see you. I didn't see nothing else. All I did was see you. And anybody else that grabbed me was getting hit or whatever because I'm out of my mind.
Everything else is red.
Everything else is red.
Blind fury.
Come see.
He will not always, and plenteous in mercy. He will not always chide.
Wait, the Lord is merciful. Okay, he was right. And plenteous in mercy. He will not always chide. You know what's the word for chide? It's leave. Leave means to strive, to contend. He said, I'm not going to always strive with you, Israel. I'm not going to always contend with you, Israel. You know why? Because the book backs up the book. When you read certain things in the Psalms, you can back it up with the law. In Genesis 6, he said, the Most High said, he said, I will not strive with Israel forever because he is but flesh. You see what God said? He said, I'm not going to strive and contend with the people because they're only flesh. And the flesh is going to sin. They're going to transgress. They're going to violate because it all came from the beginning. When Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And wickedness came in and seeped into the world. God realized and recognized and say, well, listen, I'm not going to try with you and contend with you for everything. Okay? And you don't notice parents is the same way with children. Where I see my children do certain things and I let it go. Bypass it. Just let them know that you wrong, man. Don't do it. I let it go. You could get your butt whipped. I should whip you. He said, well, how you gonna whip me? Go ahead, man. Stop it. Don't do it. No, I don't strive with you and contend with you for everything. You know why? You know how God didn't strive with these people and contend with them for every little thing because it denotes hate. It shows hatred. You don't strive with your son and your daughter for everything. Sometimes you let them go for certain things, and some things that I can't let you go for this. Come on over here. I'm gonna be here. Wow.
That's right.
Parents does that with children. And that's how God dealt with the nation. Some shit.
He will not always chide, neither will he keep his anger forever.
Neither will he keep his anger forever. I'm not gonna remain angry with you till the ends of the world.
20 years or until one
No.
of us die.
Because you're still my son. And if something happens to you, it's gonna hurt me. But I'm not gonna remain angry with you forever. I'll be angry with you just for a set time. For a set time, and then when I calm down, it's over with. It's over with. Don't repeat it. Tom Shea.
He has not dealt with us after our sins.
He had not dealt with us after our sins. God didn't deal with none of us after our iniquities. Because if he dealt with us according to our iniquities, we would be dead already. We would have been dead already. We would not be living.
That's the tender mercies.
That is the tender mercies, the plenteous in mercy, the mercy that God had in him, and he had to multiply and increase his mercy so that he don't destroy you. So the Most High said, I increase my mercy every day, so I can be patient with you, Israel. So I don't go off the hinges and wipe you out.
Go crazy, yeah. Yeah.
Tom Shea.
For as the heaven is high above the earth,
For as the heaven is high from the earth. You see how far apart the heaven is from the earth? You see the distance? Read.
so great is his mercy toward them that
That's
fear
how
him.
much mercy that God has for people that fear him. That fear him. You see where his mercy is directed to? His mercy is directed to the ones that fear him. So when God, you call it mercy, you're not riding off for mercy. You know what you're riding off for? Pity. Pity, not mercy. God show mercy is merciful to the righteous. We not riding off for mercy. We riding off for pity. Tom Shea.
As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our transgressions from us. Like as
far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our transgression from us. Read.
Like as a father pitieth his children.
Like as a father pitieth his children. Read.
So the Lord pitieth them that fear him. For he knoweth our frame.
So the Lord pitieth them that fear him.
For he knoweth.
He said, like as a father pitieth his children. The father feels sorry for his son. Have a little pity for his son. Right? Read.
For he knoweth our frame.
For he knoweth our frame.
You know your body.
You know what the frame is?
You know your body.
The frame is Zadam. Zadam means your purpose, your inclination, your imagination, your thoughts.
Your goals.
I know who you are.
Your dream.
I know you.
You can't do that.
But he remembereth that we are dust.
As
As for man, his days are as grass,
Days
as
are
a
as
flower
grass.
of the field.
the flower of the field.
So he flourished.
So he flourished.
For the wind passeth over it,
Wind pass it over
and it is gone.
that quick. You flourish for a minute, but once that wind passes over those flowers,
So,
it's over with. That quick.
and the place thereof shall know it no more.
Uh-huh.
But the mercy of the Lord is from everlasting to
The
everlasting
mercy of God is forever. Uh-huh.
upon them that fear him,
Uh-huh.
and his righteousness unto children's children,
Uh-huh.
to such as keep his covenant, and to those that remember his
To
commandments.
such as keep his covenant, and to those that remember his commandments to do them. You see where God's mercy is towards man? To the ones that keep his covenant and that remember his commandments for to do them. That's the only way we can show God our gratification. That's the only way, that's the only way we can look towards God, telling God, thank you. We show God our thanks by fulfilling his commandments. Read.
The Lord hath prepared his throne in the heavens.
Mm-hmm. The Lord has prepared his throne in the heavens, way up.
And his kingdom
ruleth over all. Read.
Blessed the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearkening unto the voice of his word. Bless ye the Lord.
And the angels, they don't pack mercy, compassion, pity. All they know is the commandment of God. They follow what God says. Once we don't hearken or listen, the angel ain't packed with no mercy. That's why the Most High told the children of Israel, he said, man, hearken to his voice. He said, my name is in him. My name is in him. I'm see.
Bless the Lord, ye his angels that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearkening unto the voice of his word. Bless ye the Lord, all ye his hosts, ye ministers of his, that do his pleasure. Bless the Lord, all his works in all places of his dominion. Bless the Lord, O my soul.
That's it. Psalm 50.
Psalms chapter 50. The mighty God, even the Lord, hath spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof.
The mighty God. Read. Even what?
Even the Lord hath spoken,
and the Lord hath spoken,
and called the earth,
from
the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof.
Read.
Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, God hath shined.
Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, God hath shined. That's that holy mountain. Read.
Our God shall come.
Our God shall come.
And shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above and to the earth, that he may judge his people.
He shall call to the heavens from above and to the earth, that he may judge his people. So God don't judge everybody. He only judges his people. He only judged that nation that he took for himself. That people that he took for himself. Tamshi, read.
Gather my saints together.
Now, who is God's people? How can we discern or know who is God's people? Right? By how you live. He said, my people shall hear my voice. A stranger shall not follow. So when you hear the voice of God, you are doing his laws. Right. If you are not living according to the way that God prescribed, then you did not hear his voice.
Right.
Black or not. Because the color of your skin doesn't depict or tell you.
Everybody black in Israel.
Everybody is mixed.
Retards.
We all mixed up. Time to see.
Gather my saints together unto
Gather
me.
my saints together unto me. Kasidai. Saints, faithful ones, pious ones, the godly or godlike. Now, the book tells us who are the saints. You're going to see. Read that. Gather my saints together unto me.
Those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice.
Those that went in covenant with God. The ones that went into covenant with God to sacrifice themselves, they are the saints. They are the pious ones. That's the godly. So God, these people, the Most High is not going to allow them to go off too far. When they go off and they're going off far, he deals with them viciously. Real harsh. Right. Not just no tap. He put you and bring you to death and bring you back. He put you through it and then bring you back so that you can acknowledge your faults. So you can recognize your faults. God only do that with certain people. He don't do that with everybody. Most of the people, he leave you to yourself and live out the rest of your
want you to
days in
realize.
wickedness. I don't
I want
want
you to
you.
realize.
God don't want everybody.
That's right.
We gotta realize that.
You don't want the whole world.
God don't want the world. Tom Sheep.
And the heavens shall declare his righteousness.
The heavens shall declare his righteousness.
For God is judge himself.
Mm-hmm.
Hear, O my people,
Hear,
and I
O
will
my
speak,
people,
O
and I will
Israel,
speak, O Israel,
and I will testify
and I will
against thee.
testify against thee.
I am God, even
I am
thy God.
God, even your God.
I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices.
I ain't gonna reprove you for your sacrifices, because those sacrifices that were supposed to be before me, you robbed me of it. You stopped giving them, you stopped sacrificing and sending up the offerings of God. Read.
I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy
I will
house.
take no bullock out of your house. I don't want your bullocks.
Nor he goats out of thy
I don't want your goats. Read.
For every beast of the forest is mine.
Every beast of the forest belongs to me. All these bullocks and sheep that you see, they all belong to me. They're mine. Read.
And the cattle upon 1,000 hills.
Cattle upon 1,000 hills.
I know all the fowls of the mountains.
And
the wild beasts of the field are mine.
If
I were hungry, I would not tell thee. For the world is mine, and the fullness
He
thereof.
said, if I was hungry, he said, I ain't gotta tell you. He said, because the world's mine, everything belongs to me. So why do I have to tell you when I'm hungry? Tom Sheep.
And I will eat the flesh of bulls.
Will I eat the flesh of bulls?
Or drink the blood of
or
goats.
drink the blood of goats?
Offer unto God thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
And pay thy
Offer
vows.
unto God thanksgiving. Which means give God your thanks. Recognize. First of all, in order to give God thanks, you have to recognize. You have to recognize the things that God did for you. The only way a person is gonna give God thanks, you recognize that God did it.
That's right.
Whatever happened, whatever took place, you recognize that God did it. Tom Sheep.
Offer unto God thanksgiving and pay thy vows unto the Most High.
And pay thy vows. He said, and pay thy vows. The word for vows is neder. It means a vow, and it also means a promise. We got to really be on point with the things that we voice out of our mouth, because that also is a way of sin. We are going in the way of iniquity. When we say things and keep saying things out of our mouth and we don't follow it. We don't follow it. The Most High look at it as a vow, man. If you didn't want to do it, why you mention it? Don't say it. Close your mouth. Stop talking so fast. Because when you talk so fast, you say things and you don't realize that you say it. And then you go against the very same thing what you say. And because I have gained the attention of God, he deals with me in a certain way. But he don't deal with that one in a certain way because we don't have the same juice. You have more of a godly trait than that person. More of a status than that person. So God deals with you accordingly. Read.
And I will call upon me in the day of trouble.
Call upon me in the day of trouble. That's who God wants you to call on.
That's right.
Not doctors.
That's right.
Not lawyers. And that's why I felt what my brother said. The doctor said, well, we are not confident that he's going to make it. And mother looked at you and said, man, only God is confident.
That's right.
What you talking about? We not confident. Put God in it. We don't know. Put God in it, man.
That's right.
Put the Most High in it. God is confident.
Shit, they're not confident. They're human.
Tom Sheep. But they made it seem like he wasn't gonna make it.
Right. That's the usual. That's the usual thing. This was a miracle by God.
Yeah.
God performed. God performed on our Usually, the average man would die. That's why I'm like, yo, we gotta let these people know.
Yeah.
You know, they fought. God gonna put his hands on this.
Mm-hmm.
The unusual happened.
Yeah.
Time sheet. He said, but unto the wicked, God saith, what hast thou to declare my statutes? Who are you to tell me about anything about God when you don't even live it? You don't live it. And that's why certain people, I really don't want to hear it from certain people, because you're not even doing the things that you're supposed to be doing. But you got so much to say about God and his laws. That's why Moses said, who are you to declare the statutes of the living God? Or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth. Read. Seeing thou hatest instruction and castest my word behind thee.
Yeah.
Only certain people hate instructions. Only certain people hate to be reprimanded.
Sure.
Only certain people, when you say something to them, you can't say nothing to them. Certain that type of those ways, you gotta get rid of it.
That's right.
Because those are the ways of a proud man.
Yeah.
Those are the ways of a scornful man, where you can't tell the person nothing without them getting angry or getting tight. That's why God says, seeing thou hatest instructions and cast my word behind thee. We understand what that means. When you cast the word of God behind you, when you know of something to be unlawful and not right by God, you cast the law behind you and you still hold on to the things that God hates. You cast his word behind you in your actions. God is against this. You know God is against this, but I continue to do it and say, well, to hell with the laws of God. Get that. I don't care about none of that. It's not good, man. He says, seeing thou hatest instructions and what? And cast my word behind thee, when thou sawest a thief, then thou consentest with him. The word for consentest is razah. You know what razah means? The word razah, it means to accept. Right. It means to accept. Right? And if you accept him, you run with him. You walk with him.
Yeah.
That's why in Amos he said, how can two walk together except they be agreed? If you walking with the person, y'all must be on the same wave. Y'all must be on the same, y'all must think alike. That's why we must be one. That's why I must be one. That's why you gotta watch who you walk with. That's why you gotta watch who you walk with. Well, that's my brother. Well, your brother's wrong. You can't be partial when you're dealing with the laws and the commandments of God.
That's right.
Your emotions and your feelings can't get in the way when you're dealing with the laws and the commandments of God. So you have to be on God's side. You have to be with righteousness. How do I remain with righteousness or on God's side? When my brother violates, I have to tell him, listen, you're wrong. You're wrong. You shouldn't have did this, and this. You're wrong. You're in violation. And that's why Amos said that. He said, how can two walk together except they be agreed? Okay? Which means that says a lot. My friends, family,
That's right.
your wife.
That's right.
This is never going to work between me and you, because you have to turn away from your past and the things that you learned in your past and come towards God, come towards these laws, then this here can work. We can't live together and you live in one way and I'm living one way. You doing one thing, I'm doing one thing. You doing this. That's a house divided. And it ain't gonna stand. It's not gonna stand like that. When I saw us a thief, then thou consentest with him. You accepted him and has been partakers with adulteries, with adulterers. Partakers means to distribute. So when the thief went and stole, you went and shared it among the people, distributed. Right? He said, thou givest thy mouth to evil. Thou givest thy mouth to evil. Watch the things that you say. Watch the things that come out of your mouth. Watch your words. Watch your conversation. We should not be talking about or conversating about things that God hates and despises. God don't like it. So why am I conversating about it? What am I doing talking about such things if God don't like it? If God don't like it, you ain't supposed to like it.
That's right.
I shouldn't even be talking about it. He said, thou speakest, thou sinnest, thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. You know what's the word for frame? The word for frame, it means to cover. Your tongue covers a person's deceit, which means you're lying. You ain't telling the truth of what happened. I'm not giving you up. You are wrong. You did what you did, and I lied for you and covered your tracks. He said, thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. See the things that David, look, you see the things that David's saying in this song? You know how many brothers sit down and speak about another brother? We do that in here.
Yeah.
We sit down. Hey, right, man, this one, blah. Why? But believe me, if you feel a certain way,
I'm gonna bring it to the brother.
exactly. If I feel some way about you,
Yeah.
I come to you
It just
and
happened.
I bring it to you.
It just happened yesterday.
Okay?
I was talking with another brother about another brother, and when I spoke to the other brother, I brought it up. I said, nigga, what the hell is wrong with you?
That's
Why
right.
you doing this? Why you
That's
doing
right.
this?
That's right. That's right.
We had a
But
conversation.
that's right. But I'm not gonna go and speak to you about a person behind their back.
That's right.
And then I refuse to go to the brother and tell him that I'm talking to you about it. So if you have a problem,
That's true.
why don't you go there?
That is true.
That's right.
What do you do? So why do you speak to
That's
him?
right. Go there.
Period.
That's right.
He said, thou speakest, he said, thou givest, thou sinnest and speak against thy brother, thou slanderest thine own mother's son.
That's right.
And if there was nothing wrong about it, then David wouldn't speak about it.
That's right.
We learn the ways of God by, look, David had a heart like unto God.
Right.
And what other man to learn the ways of God from?
That's right.
To learn how to pull up towards God, to get God's attention, because our actions and the things that we do is what push God away.
Yeah.
We walk around here like we ain't, I ain't trying to, I'm putting all presumptuous niggas aside, but I sit down, you'll see, in the book, in the law, it don't say don't speak against thy own brother. It don't say that, thou shalt not. But when you find that, you read it in the Psalms. You learn the ways of God in the Psalms. And if I follow the law, that's going to be covered. I ain't got to read the Psalms. You know why? Because I rebuke you. I will rebuke you. If I rebuke my neighbor or rebuke my brother, I'm not going to speak to you about him. The first person I'm going to go to, I'm going to go to you. So we got it. Exactly. Exactly. He said, verse 20.
Thou sinnest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thine own mother's son.
Thou slanderest thine own mother's son. You know what the word for slanderous is? Dofi. You know what dofi is? Dofi means to fault.
Right, fault.
To fault, to find fault with, or to fault him, or to blame. Now, what is fault? Fault is responsibility for an accident or misfortune. Right? Now, blemish, when you speak about a flaw, that spoils the appearance of a person. You know the definition of blemish? When you speak about a flaw that blemishes your appearance. That spoils your appearance. Everybody looking at you different.
Your appearance is different. Treated different.
Everybody looking at you. That's right. That's right. That's right. I see that in
real.
too.
That is real.
People look, right?
You don't know
Now,
where it's coming from.
Right. If your brother did something, you correct him. You go around, correct him, but don't spread the flaw all over the place.
That's right.
To have people looking at him all sideways.
That's right.
I can go correct him. Now, certain things everybody needs to know.
Right.
Certain things everybody needs to know. But I ain't gonna talk to them behind your back. I'm gonna put everybody gonna come together, and I'm gonna tell you in front of everybody. Tom Sheep.
These things hast thou done.
These things did you do.
And I kept silence.
And I kept quiet. I ain't said nothing. You did this, you did the other, you did all this thing, and I still held my peace. You know, I deal that way with my kids. My son do this. I held my peace. I ain't beat you. I ain't say nothing to you. Hoping that you would change. Hoping that you would acknowledge your fault and acknowledge the things that you did that was unlawful by God. He said, I held my silence. Read.
These things thou hast done, and I kept silent.
And I kept silent.
Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such a one as thyself.
He said, I kept silent, but because I kept silent, you thought I would like you. You thought I agreed with you, things that you did, because I didn't say nothing. You think I was down with it, right? Tom Sheep.
But I will reprove thee.
But I will reprove thee.
And set them in order before thine eyes.
Set them in order before thine eyes.
He means because I ain't with your butt.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing happened to you. You did the wrong. Mm-hmm. Ain't nothing happened. So
Now consider this.
Ye that forget God.
Lest I tear you
in pieces.
And there be none to deliver.
No one could deliver you out of his hands. Once I begin and I start, there's nobody that's going to save you. Read.
Whoso offereth praise.
Glorify God. So when you give praises to God, you glorify Him.
That's right.
You give glorification, you glory in God. Read.
And to him that ordereth his conversation aright. Will I show the salvation of who? God.
Of the Most High. Now, the word for conversation is dedek, means your ways. And to him that order his ways aright will receive the salvation of the Most High. Now, if your ways are right by God, your conversation will be right. If your ways is right, your conversation is going to be right. Let's go to 2 Kings chapter 4. 2 Kings chapter 4.
The next song is the song you wrote. I think you're right. It's
2 Kings
Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha, saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead, and thou knowest that thy servant did fear the Lord.
Now, read that verse off. He said, now they cried a certain what?
A certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha, saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead.
Thy servant, my husband, is dead.
And thou knowest,
and you know,
that thy servant did fear the Lord.
That thy servant, he did fear God. Made specific, was very specific. Thy servant feared the Creator, man. Read.
And the creditor is come to take unto him my 2 sons.
The creditor came to take. The creditor is coming to take my 2 sons.
To be bondmen.
Because their father owed, but he died, which means the debt don't die.
Right.
The debt don't die. The debtor, the creditor will come and snatch your 2 sons to work off that debt. And according to what we read here and what we see, righteousness. And I didn't think like that until I started reading. My father's debt is my debt.
That's right.
When my father go in debt with certain things and he died, the debt don't die. I will take on that debt to myself and pay it. Because those are righteous traits, righteous actions. Those are the ways of the righteous. Tom, see?
And Elisha said unto her,
What he told her?
What shall I do for thee?
He said, what you want me to do?
Tell me.
He said, tell me. He said, man, what you want me to do? The creditor is coming to take your 2 sons for bondmen because the father owed a debt. I can't do nothing about that. Elisha, he owe. Read.
What shall I do for thee?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, what hast thou in the house?
He said, what you want me to do for you, man? He said, tell me what you got in the house. What you got?
And she said, Thine handmaid hath not anything.
I don't have nothing.
In the house.
Nothing in the house.
Save a pot of oil.
Just a pot of oil.
Nothing of value.
During this time, if I'm not mistaken, was it during a famine or something? I don't think so. She was just poor.
Pops dead.
She was just poor.
And
Pops was the provider.
And he owed.
So it was struggle.
And that's why God had an eye towards these type of people, widows and fathers.
He served God. He
served
God and had his life rough. The man was in debt.
Mm-hmm.
And you serve God with a pick, you didn't get money.
That's right.
Because he ain't had nothing.
That's right. That's right. So that's why the Most High eye is towards the widow and the fatherless, because the father was the provider. The father provided for the family, and once he gone, there ain't no more provider. She home with her 2 sons, and all she got is a pot of oil. That's it, nothing else. The creditor is coming to snatch up her 2 sons. Tom, she.
Then he said, Go borrow vessels. Abroad of all thy neighbors. Even empty vessels. Borrow not a few. And when she art come in, thou shalt shut the door upon thee.
Now, when you come with these vessels, go in that room and shut the door.
And shut the door upon thee and upon thy sons. And shall pour out unto all those vessels. And thou shalt set aside that which is full.
Now, understand one thing here. Every and anything is possible with a godly man.
That's right.
Every and anything is possible with a godly man. And she got some big, huge vessels, because all those vessels. I ain't gonna jump the gun. Go ahead.
So she went from him and shut the door upon her.
Shut the door upon her.
Who brought the vessels to her. And she poured out.
So she took all the vessels. She shut the door behind her. So the Most High has done miraculously. And she poured in every one of those vessels oil, read.
And it came to pass, when the vessels were full, that she said unto her son, bring me yet a vessel. And he said, there is not a vessel more.
There ain't no more vessels. You done filled all of them up.
And the oil stayed.
And the oil stayed. It didn't run out.
And she came and told the man of God and said, go. And he said, go, sell the oil and pay thy debt, and live thou and thy children of the rest.
You see what he told him? He said, go on and take the oil,
So he made action.
sell it, and go pay your debt.
And the rest, that's you.
Go pay your debt. That's the prophet, man. And why it worked was because the prophet had the power of the spoken word. Whatever they said, God made it come to pass. Because they was right. They was right with God, man. Tom shit.
And it fell on a day that Elisha passed to Shunem, where was a great woman.
And it fell on the day that Elisha passed to Shunem, read.
Where was a great woman, and she constrained him to eat bread. So it was that as oft as he passed by, he turned in thither to eat bread. And she said unto her husband, behold, now I perceive that this is an holy man of God, which passeth by us continually.
You see what she said? Elisha always walking by. And the great woman is, what verse is that? I think it's 2 verse 8.
Yes.
There was a great woman. It says, I think it says Gebed. No, Gedola. Isha Gedola means a big woman. Gadol means big. She probably was fat. Or not necessarily could be fat. Or a great woman probably be great in stature, could be tall, or great in like Abigail in status.
I think that's
Because we didn't have that many fat people.
Right. No.
When it says great, it's probably she probably was real tall, or her status and her wage was high. Her level of righteousness was high. Right. And that's how she was able to notice. That's how she was able to notice that Elisha was a righteous man. Was a pious man.
And she said unto her husband, behold, now I perceive this is a holy man of God, which passes by us continually.
That's how she was able to perceive, because she was a great woman. She was a woman with status with God. She was able to see certain things and able to depict and perceive, oh, this guy is a righteous and holy man. Read.
Let us make a little chamber.
Let's make a little chamber. Let's make a room. Read.
I pray thee, on the wall. And let us set for him there a bed.
Let's set for him a bed. We're going to make a room. We're going to put a bed in it. Read.
A table.
A table.
A stool.
A stool.
Candlestick. And it shall be, when he cometh to us, that he shall turn in thither.
When he come in.
When he cometh to us, that he shall turn in thither. And it fell on the day that he came thither. And he turned into the chamber and lay there. And he said to Gehazi his servant, call this Shunammite. And when he had called her, she stood before him.
Now she made the room a bed, put a table in there, gave him a room, gave him a spot where he could sit and lay his head. Read. Now look what he called the Shunammite, which means Elisha wasn't ungrateful. He wasn't unappreciative. He wasn't ungrateful. He considered the good that people did for him. And he felt a need for me. He felt a need to repay the woman because of what she did for him. These are all the ways of God. Ways of the righteous. And now, by us reading and learning the ways of God, we have to make it our ways. We have to become that way. We have to become righteous. We have to become holy in order to be accepted by God.
We should say thank you.
Thank you in the
Thank you.
book. Thank you. What's
And that's it.
no, ain't just let the water just thank you.
Show me some appreciation.
And this is what people don't realize. People don't realize this, and people don't think that way, think this way. I gotta make repairs, and I gotta show my things by doing good for this person that done good for me. So he said, call me the Shunammite. Read.
And he said unto him, say now unto her, behold, thou hast been careful for us.
He said, you have been careful for us with all this care. What verse you at?
13.
Uh-huh.
What is to be done for thee? What is thou?
He says, say now unto her, behold, thou hast been careful for us with all this care. What is to be done for thee? What do you want? What can I do for you? Because you cared for us, and you did this for me, and you did the other. So I want to do something for you to repay you back. Read. And this is why we are, the Most High said that we have to, there's no out. There is no out of it. Because of what God did for us, we owe God. We owe God. We owe God. Everything that we did, everything that the Most High did for you, you owe God. And there's only one way to repay God for the things that he did for you, is by stepping up and going, pushing forward towards the laws and the commandments of God. But guess what? That is the decision between the individual. I can't make you do those things. I can't make you push. You gotta come with that decision. You have to come with those decisions. You have to be knowledgeable and be able to acknowledge that I owe God. Because he didn't have to hearken to your prayer. He didn't have to hearken to nothing. Tom, see? I think it's 13 still.
Yeah.
Good.
What is thou be spoken for to the king?
What is thou be spoken for the king?
Or to the captain of the host?
Or to the captain of the host?
And she answered, I dwell among mine own
She
people.
said, man, would you want to be spoken for the king or the captain of the host? You hear what she said? I dwell and I live amongst my own people. I don't go around women or people that don't serve God. My people serve the Creator, and I'm amongst my people. Read.
And he said, What then is to be done for her?
He said, and what you want?
Gehazi answered, verily she hath no child.
She said, she have no child.
And her husband is old.
And her husband is old.
And he said, call her. And when he had called her, she stood in the door.
When he called her, she stood in the door. You know where Elisha was at? He was in this chamber, in that room. In that room. She didn't say, well, I'm the one that built the room for you. I can come in. No, it ain't my room no more. I built it for you. This is your room. This is your room. So when she came, that's the ways of a righteous woman.
Yeah.
Learn the ways of a right. And Tamar, Bathsheba did it. Learn the ways of a righteous woman. When the men called their woman, when Amnon called Tamar, Tamar baked cakes for Amnon and walked at the door, at the threshold. Stop right there until he told her, until she called her to come in. Bathsheba stood at the door until he told her to come on in.
Maids and butlers.
That's right.
You got maids and butlers, you rich got maids and butlers. You call them, they're not going to come in the room. They come to the entrance. You call, sir.
Listen, man.
That's the manners. Yeah.
We have acquired ways. We have acquired dirty, stinking ways from the people that we live amongst.
That's right.
We have acquired ways that God hates and despises. We have acquired manners and behavior patterns that God hates and despises. And we refuse to change. Because the only way, the road to changing or getting better is reading the book. You cannot accept it. You cannot run from this. You can't run from reading. You can I run from reading? Because that's the only way I'm going to learn the ways of God is by reading. And if I don't read, I'm going to continue in my stubbornness. I'm gonna continue in my lewdness. I'm going to continue in my sins. And guess what? God is going to increase it in you. He's going to keep increasing it and increasing it and increasing it. Now there goes the bridle, steering you and leading you towards the ways of iniquity. But a man with a conscience, like I've been saying the whole morning, will acknowledge his ways and acknowledge that his ways is filthy before God. Will acknowledge the things that he did when he came up short before God and make repairs. Repair. Tom sheet.
And when he said, what is to be done for her? Gehazi answered, verily she hath no child, her husband is old. And he said, call her. And when he had called her, she stood in the door. And he said, about this season, according to the time of life, thou shalt embrace a son.
About this time, about this season, this time of life, he said, you will embrace a son.
And she said, nay, my lord, thou man of God, do not lie unto thine
He said,
handmaid.
nay, my Lord. He said, oh, thou man of God. He said, don't lie. Don't lie to who?
To thine
Unto thine handmaid. And all through the book, all the women referred to themselves as handmaids. She ain't no handmaid. She's the wife of a man. She's married. But all the women in the book refer to themselves as handmaids. That's a form of humbleness. They always approach the men in humbleness. Read.
And the woman conceived and bare a son at that
Woman
season.
conceived and bare a son at that season.
That Elisha had said unto her, according to the time of life. And when the child was grown, it fell on a day that he went out to his father to the reapers. And he said unto his father, my head, my head. And he said to a lad, carry him to his mother.
The child was grown, and it fell on the day that he went out to his fathers, to the reapers, and he said unto his father, my head, my head. And he said unto a lad, carry him to his mother. And when he had taken him,
and brought him to his mother, he sat on her knees.
He sat on these
till noon.
Till noon.
And then died.
And then died.
And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God.
She went, took the child, and laid the child on the bed of the man of God.
And shut the door.
Now, no, that was the only time she walked in there. He ain't there. He ain't there. And I went in there to put the baby on top of his bed. And the same thing like today. If I'm not in my chamber and I'm somewhere else, my woman come in there to do her work. She go in there. Boom. The only time they will stop at that door if that man is in there.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to go in there and just walk in that chamber without you giving me the command. Tom sheet.
And she called unto her husband and said, send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God.
One of the young men and one of the asses,
that I may run to the man of God and come again. And he said, wherefore wilt thou go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, it shall be well. Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, drive and go forward. Slack not thy riding for me, except I bid thee. So she went and came unto the man of God to Mount Carmel. And it came to pass.
And he said, wherefore wilt thou go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, it shall be well. Because during the Sabbath or new moons, they will go to the high priest or they'll go to the man of God. But one thing we got to realize is that the traveling was a walking distance.
Right.
They're not going to travel and run the horse to death on the Shabbat.
No.
Because God commanded that the cattle should rest also.
That makes sense.
He gave a law. He said, you, your maidservants, your men servants, your cattle, your oxen, everybody must rest. You can't be resting and working the ox, working these animals. No. Come see.
So she went and came unto the man of God. 25.
Okay, go ahead.
So she went and came unto the man of God to Mount Carmel. And it came to pass when the man of God saw her afar off.
The man of God saw her from afar before she even reached them. Read.
That he said to Gehazi, his servant, behold, yonder is that Shunammite.
He said, behold, yonder. He said, yonder means like afar. Look down there. You don't see her? He said, that's the Shunammite, man.
Like 3 blocks.
Yeah.
You can see it
That's the
coming.
Shunammite right there coming. What he told her?
Or Utica.
He said, behold, yonder is that Shunammite. Run now, I pray thee, to meet her, and say unto her.
He said, go on down there and meet her. Read.
And say unto her.
Is
it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband?
Is it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband? Is everything okay with you? Is everything okay with your husband? Is everything okay with your child? Did we pick anything out of this? If me and you is good, I have to be good with your son.
Right.
If me and you is good, I gotta be good with your wife. If me and you is good, I have to be good with everything that comes with you.
That's right.
I can't be good with this guy and not good with him.
That's right.
I can't be good with this one and not good with the other one.
That's right.
That's not righteousness. That's not the ways of God. I gotta accept everything, the total package. Read.
Is it well with the child?
Uh-huh.
And she answered, it is well.
She answered, it is well. Gehazi asked her, it is something wrong with the child, but it ain't for you. I ain't coming to see you. I want to see the prophet. And God didn't classify her as a liar. We gotta learn what is, how do you lie? How do you deceive? Because the things that we say is lies, it's not lies. Things that we say and think that is lies is not lies. Something is wrong with my kid, I'm coming to tell my pops. You ask me, everything all right with you? Yeah, everything good. Everything good with me. I want to talk to you. I come to talk to my pops. If I tell you everything good, God ain't looking at me as no liar. Because it ain't for you. The message ain't for you, brother. Tom, see?
That's right.
And when she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught him by the feet.
When she came to the man of God at the hill, you know where he at? He way up.
Way up. He's up there.
He's way up into the mountain, man. Sitting up on a hill.
That's why you get to see things coming.
That's why he was able to see her coming. That's right. Like the man on the wall.
Yeah. You can't run up on
Watching
him.
on the wall. He's right there on top.
He ain't
Just
like it.
watching.
You can't run up on him.
These
In a
guys
position where you
lived.
see everything.
Yeah, these guys lived a plain life. You see the life that man lived, man. You can forget it was no TV, it was no stereo for music. These guys was loners.
Praising God is the
Praising God was their entertainment. Praising God is what livened them up and kept them at peace.
Being born into this TV and music should turn you away.
Turn you away, man.
Turn you away. You
Take
don't
you
want to
away from
do
God.
it. You want to watch TV.
Uh-huh.
You want to play music.
That's right.
You want to do all right.
Come see.
But Gehazi came near to thrust her away.
Now, no, go back.
And when she came to the man of
When
God,
she came to the man of
she
God,
caught him by the feet.
she caught him by his feet. How else would she catch him by her feet if she didn't prostrate? When she got before him, she bowed and went on the ground and touched his feet. So when she went and grabbed his feet, Gehazi was like, that's like the bodyguard. He would push up. He's like, yo, with the thruster away.
It's contact.
But Alicia is more up than he is. He's more on a high. He knows the problem. Look what he told him now. Look what he said.
But Gehazi came near to thrust her away. And the man of God said, let her alone.
Leave her alone.
For her soul is vexed.
Her
within
soul
her,
is vexed.
and the Lord hath hid it from me,
And God hid it from me.
and has not told me.
Has not told me.
Something's bothering her. I can tell something's wrong.
Because he was going to throw that. He was going to throw her. Not just move her feet. He was going to throw her. He said, leave her alone, man. He said, her soul is vexed. And God hid it from me. Go ahead, read.
Then she said, did I desire a son of my Lord?
He said, did I come and tell you I want a son? Did I come to you and tell you that I want a son?
Real talk.
Read.
Real talk.
Did not I say, do
Didn't
not
I
deceive
tell
me?
you don't deceive me? Now, how did it fall under deceit? Because the child didn't live out his days. He died a child, a young man. I didn't really get a chance to enjoy this kid. It's like I didn't have him. He said, you deceived me, man. I told you don't deceive me. Read.
Then he said to Gehazi,
Then he said,
gird up thy loins,
gird up your loins.
take my staff in thine hand,
Take my staff in your hand
and go thy way.
and go your way.
If thou meet any man, salute him not.
Don't salute him. That was strict instructions. Because whatever he has with him, if you start saluting, it's gone. It's gone. Everything is gone. He said, don't salute nobody. He said, take my staff and head on the way. Read.
And if any salute thee, answer him not again.
If any salute thee, don't answer.
Don't acknowledge nobody.
Don't acknowledge nobody. Go ahead.
And lay my staff upon the face of the child.
Lay my staff upon the face of the child.
And the mother of the child said, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee.
She said, man, I ain't leaving your side.
And he arose.
I'm not leaving your side. I'm staying right here. I ain't going nowhere. See?
And he arose and followed him.
Uh-huh.
And Gehazi passed on before them and laid the staff upon the face of the child.
Uh-huh.
But there was neither voice nor hearing. Wherefore,
child dead.
Wherefore he went again to meet him and told him, saying, the child is not awake. And when Elisha was coming to the house, behold, the child was dead.
Now, what verse was that?
That was 31.
Okay, go ahead. He said, the child is not awake.
Not awake.
Uh-huh.
And when Elisha was coming to the house, behold, the child was dead and laid upon his bed. And he went in therefore and shut the door upon them twain and prayed unto the Lord. And he went up and lay upon the child, put his mouth upon his mouth, his eyes upon his eyes, his hands upon his hands. And he stretched himself upon the child, and the flesh of the child waxed warm.
The flesh of the child started to wax warm.
Getting vitals.
Vitals start to kick in. You gotta listen, man.
Your
You can't play around with it.
going cold.
That's it. You start getting cold. Vitals was going away. That's how I knew that man was dying. His vitals was going.
She was like,
You know,
44/15.
Start looking great.
His body was cold,
That's
nigga.
what I'm telling you.
Cold.
God took him to a place
To the brink.
so that he could see certain things. See something. He's near death. Vitals start going. He's still living. But his vital signs is weak. It's going. On his way out.
Skin start getting gray.
Cold.
Inhale.
That's right. You ain't here, you ain't here. You say, look, great.
Yes.
You ain't see that?
Last week.
Last week, we went to go check out. His vital signs was going. He stopped getting cold.
Cold and hard.
Temperature.
Drop it. Keep dropping. On Bill and Lily say, you look great.
Great.
That man was dying.
Yes, he was.
I feel like he was
That's why they
cold.
had to give him more medication. I was there.
Dying.
That day I ain't get no body reaction.
And that's why, and by me seeing, listen, man, by me seeing that alone,
You know.
that gotta trigger something in you.
That's a fact.
That must trigger something.
That's
It's
a fact.
something in you.
That's a fact.
Something.
That's a fact, bro.
If that don't trigger nothing in you,
Right.
then you a dead man yourself.
That's a
Right.
fact.
And the only way to show God your thanks is to start pushing forward towards the laws and the commandments of God, the statutes. That's why certain things, I'm just not accepting it no more.
That's right.
The things that is unlawful and against God, I cannot accept it no more. And I don't want to see it in here no more.
Right.
Can we get bad? You go on the drawer, you find the woman stuff mixed with the men's stuff. I don't want to see that no more.
That's right.
Nobody wear Nikes in here.
That's right. Well, that ain't in my house.
Nobody wear Nikes.
That ain't in my house.
Because Nikes
Images.
is called the Pegasus, the Greek goddess. It's the Nike swoosh is compared to the cross.
Same thing.
Why I started doing that?
Same thing.
Because I saw the glory of God. I
Right.
seen how God worked. I seen it with my own father.
Images. All that.
Listen,
Listen. Put that phone down. Put that phone down.
Images. All that.
Put that in North Carolina. Put it down. Why are you getting with it?
Keep it down. Keep it down.
what was that?
Said images.
Right, these things, we got to put all this in play, man, because we seen the work of God. We seen it
Right in your face.
right in your face, right before our faces, man. Okay, I found it. And he called Gehazi and said, call this Shunammite. So he called her. And when she was come in unto him, he said, take up thy son. Then she went in and fell at his feet and bowed herself to the ground and took up her son and went out. And Elisha came again to Gilgal, and there was a dirt in the land. Now the dirt, the word dirt is it means a famine, right? Famine in the land. And the sons of the prophets were sitting before him, right? And he said unto his servant, set on the great pot and seethe pottage for the sons of the prophet. Now the word seethe, it means to boil, right? Right? It means to boil. And one went out into the field to gather herbs and found a wild vine. Now, when you're gathering these vines and these herbs, right? When you're gathering these vines and these herbs, you got to be careful, because sometimes when you gather these things, it's poisonous. It could be poisonous, right? He said, so they poured out for the men to eat, and it came to pass as they were eating of the pottage that they cried out and said, O thou man of God, there is death in the pot, and they could not eat thereof. But he said, then bring meal, and he cast it into the pot, and he said, pour out for the people that they may eat. And there was no harm in the pot. And there came a man from Baal Shalisha and brought the man of God bread of the first fruits, 20 loaves of barley, 4 ears of corn, and the husks thereof. And he said, give unto the people that they may eat. And his servants said, what should I set this before 100 men? He said again, give the people that they may eat. But thus saith the Lord, they shall eat and shall leave thereof. So he set it before them, and they did eat and left thereof according to the word of the Lord. Chop that. Let's go to Genesis. Let's go to Genesis 34. Genesis 34. Right? Genesis 34? No, 38. Go to Genesis chapter 38. It said, it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and turned into a certain Adullamite whose name was Hiram. Right? Judah saw their daughter of a certain Canaanite whose name was Shua. And he took her and went in unto her. And she conceived and bare a son, and called his name In the English, it used married. And now, when you go into a woman, they had the intentions of marrying the woman, not just going into her. You go into a woman, you have sex with a woman, your intentions is to marry the woman and take the woman to yourself. If you don't want the woman for yourself, then leave the woman alone. Leave the woman alone.
Stop.
And she conceived again and bare a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bare a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Kezib when she bare him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. Judah, the fathers used to take the wives for the sons, and the fathers used to take the husbands for the daughter. And one of the definitions of illegitimate, it means not sanctioned by law. Okay? Because if the father didn't give you to him, the marriage is not substantiated. It ain't good.
It ain't valid.
It ain't valid. If the father did not give you to him, the marriage is not valid. It's not sanctioned. And we're going to mess around and have children, bastard children, because we play around with this sex thing and this marriage thing. The only time we need a paper was when you are being divorced. The reason why we need a marriage paper today is because the government don't acknowledge it. Nothing else but that. So we got to follow that and get the paper. Time sheet. Genesis 38, verse 6. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. But it never said why God slew him. What did do that was wicked? Right? And Judah's firstborn was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass that when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And it was evil in the eyes of God, wherefore he slew him. And that's the point I wanted to get to. Onan did not want to raise up seed for his brother, which instituted selfishness, which instituted being selfish. He didn't consider his brother. So this is for your brother, to raise up seed for your dead brother. These three guys lived together. And that instituted a selfish man. And God said it was evil. And he slew him. And with that, all I got was bought. And I'm going to call up the next speaker, Teacher D, Chief Mika up in love.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, leader, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dover. Giving all due respect to the brothers in Israel, brothers and sisters, Chief Ben. I bid y'all to turn of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, God.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20. You gotta stick with the foundation. The foundation of all this Israelite stuff is what? The commandments. The commandments. It's about the commandments. This is what the Most High, at his introduction to children of Israel at the foot of Mount Sinai, this is what he gave Moses to give the people. He said, look, this here, these commandments, you are to teach them so they can do it. So if the commandments is not being done, it's a problem. We're not who we say we are. Saying, God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God.
Which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
I'm the one that got you out of Egypt. Okay? You didn't know about me. You didn't know nothing about me. This is what God is telling you. So he's letting them know, I'm the one that made it possible for you to come out of slavery, out of that bondage. Okay? It was a bitter bondage. Just like Shana said earlier, you owe. I came and got you out of there.
That's right.
If I didn't come get you out of there, you would have stayed there.
That's right. That's right.
Nobody was going to come save you.
That's right.
Nobody cares about slaves.
That's right.
Let me tell you something about back here in these days here. Last week, Shama was reading about Ruth, right? And I remember her saying to Boaz, she said, you acknowledge me? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a stranger and I'm poor because they didn't get acknowledged. They get treated and they get treated a certain way. They couldn't be where the rich was at. You understand what I'm saying? Right. Especially if you was from another. That's why the Most High had to tell them, do not vex the stranger. Why God tell us that? That's right. Because he's a stranger. He's gonna do it, man. He's gonna do him dirty, and it's nothing. That's the stranger. So he said, then don't vex the stranger that come to sojourn amongst you. That's the ones that live amongst you. That's the ones that come to be around you. You understand what I'm saying? Come to be around God. Those are the ones that are close. So he said, don't vex them. So now she said, wow, I'm honored that you are, Boaz, that you paid attention to me, that you acknowledged me. Because they didn't pay attention. They didn't, well, you a slave, you go over there. You lads. Yeah. You lads. Once you were a slave, you put in all the work. Yeah. Once you were a slave, you had nothing to say. You have no authority over nobody. That's right. You have no authority over yourself. That's right. That's why God said, I'm the one that got you out that position. That's boy. Right. Do you know what that is to not? It tell you when to go to sleep. Tell you when to get up. Tell you when you can eat. Tell you when it's time. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. You're in bondage. After a while, it gets to you. Yeah. You can't do nothing about it. Because the master has power over you. So God said, look, man, I'm the one that got you out the land of Egypt. You was in Egypt in slavery. It wasn't like you was living good civilians. Amen. And you was being on Egypt. First of all, they shunned the Hebrews, all right? They didn't even eat with them. Because they said it's an abomination. According to their rules, right. It says it's an abomination. Right. So I'm you sticking to what your idol told you about, I'm sticking what God told me is an abomination. Right.
Every man that been in bondage,
nobody
looked out that window and wished it was a seagull.
Was home.
No, a seagull.
A seagull.
You see a bird. Yeah, you'd be like, I wish I was that seagull.
Bad time. You look at the geese.
I'd be like, I wish I was that seagull, nigga.
Birds are free.
I'm serious. Them niggas just start flying. I said, damn, I wish I could be free.
That's what I said. That came to my mind.
Nigga.
That was the first.
Everybody who's been in that position.
On the island.
You see those birds? You looked. Yeah, man, I wish I had wings.
I wish I were, nigga.
Really wish you had wings because what? You were under siege. You not under siege. If it was under you, if it was up to you, you wouldn't be here. That's right. He would tell me when I eat with it. So you gotta understand what God is saying. I got you out of slavery. You get beat, whipped, killed. It was killing them also.
Oh yeah.
All right?
Oh yeah.
It was doing
They tried
whatever.
to genocide.
And you do
niggas.
whatever you want to your
Started
slave.
the whole genocide.
Yeah.
All the males
It
died.
got to the point where all the males died because it's too much.
That's crazy.
Wait a minute, hold on. We got too many slaves.
Try to wipe us out.
We got way too many slaves. The staff is overrunning us. It's overrunning them.
You know how many male babies got
That's
thrown
right.
in the
That's how you
same
cut a
river?
nation down. You hit the men up.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
That's why the men are the target today.
that's right.
Always going to be that way.
That's right.
We're the target to get killed and put away. And look. And they can influence your woman and your children.
That's right. That's right.
But they gotta get rid of you. They gotta get rid of you. They gotta get rid of me. They gotta get rid of you. Because we're the ones that establish the houses according to the commandments of God.
That's
We're
right.
the ones that teach our wives and our children, this is not good.
That's right.
God said no. And we, regardless of how the world turns and advances into wickedness, we are voicing our opinions on this. No, I'm not with that. And my child gonna do the same thing. And my wife, because you have to state, you have to open your mouth today
Sometimes you
and
gotta
let
open-
people know where you stand
Where you
on certain
stand.
things.
That's right.
You have to.
That's right.
God is watching now. Wait, let me see what this guy gonna say. This is where he gotta open his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
This is where she gotta open her
Mhm.
mouth and
Mhm.
tell her family, back off.
Mm-hmm.
I chose this man that serves God. This is what I want.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the woman has to tell her family.
That's right.
I chose to be with this man that lives
That's right.
different.
So that's
and guess
right.
what? That's what makes him appealing to me.
so
Because he's different.
they think you forcing them.
They ain't
Ah,
bullshit.
right.
That's why they gotta say
Right.
it.
Right.
They
Yo,
My whole
because
family.
you stay here.
Yeah.
No,
you see,
I
they,
want
right. You see, they don't understand because they was all brought up in a different way.
right.
So when you go the woman now start hanging around here,
Uh-huh.
she ain't down the block with the H.
Yeah.
She upstairs here. Now her friends gonna be like, oh, word with the Israelites? Huh? Huh? Yeah. Look, I don't heard that. Oh, you with them? Like, hey man, hold on. You really seriously gonna be? Yeah. So the woman has to make a statement amongst her family and her friends.
That's right.
Because your friends, people's friends are their advisors.
That's right.
People's friends are their counselors.
That's right.
And they gonna counsel against this. Because they're gonna be like, damn, no more Saturdays on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And she's the life of the party. The woman I'm marrying, she's the one. She's the leader of the pack. This is what you're getting into. So now you have to tell them, yo, listen, this is my choice. I choose to be with this man that serves the true and living God. Okay? That is my appeal to him. I don't know his God.
That's
But
right.
he's going to teach me. And it's fun. And I'm learning. And I'm getting wiser. And I'm learning about myself and how to get myself right before God as a woman on this planet. That's what y'all need to be telling your families. Stop making it look like we're forcing.
Right.
Because the man has to command his household. And that's all man.
Right.
If I'm Muslim, you're going to be Muslim. The children going to be Muslim. Everybody in here
Right.
under my roof going to do this. If I'm going to Shabbat, you coming too.
That's right.
Nobody in my house stand back.
That's right.
And you go somewhere else.
If you're Christian,
You gonna be a Christian.
That's right.
That's right.
You gonna go to church.
That's right.
We gonna go to mass.
That's right.
Whatever the man is, that's what he raises his wife. That's what he raises. Yeah, he raises his wife and that, and his children according to that.
That's right.
That's all over the place. That's all over the world.
That's right. That's right.
So a lot of times families like to get in the way because they don't know this God.
Mm-hmm.
And this God is against what their God say is okay for them to do.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Oh man, he coming over here, but talk about all of a sudden now you get with this guy. Now I can't come in the house with pork skins no more.
Yeah. Thanksgiving, she ain't popping up.
And they sometimes they think it's a game and you gotta demonstrate. Oh well, I ain't coming here no more. That's the separation right there.
I don't
You have to exercise the commandments in order to exercise the separation.
What money?
That's how it
Oh,
goes.
he had too much rules.
He has too much room.
I can't sit there.
I can't come in here wearing things. Certain things I can't wear. Certain, oh no, you can't. Well, you got that cross on. You can't come in because they ain't. Oh, well, I ain't leaving my stuff out here.
Don't come to my
Because
house.
I understand
Don't come to my
that's
house.
your God and it's valuable to you. You and your value go over there.
That's right.
Because God told me I shall not allow an abomination into my house. I can't even have a digital scale that's messed up.
That's right.
Unjust balance of weights. That's another abomination. So yeah, don't make us look like all the buildings. We were commanded to come to control our household. God said, yo, man, because I know Abraham, he's going to run his household. That's something that pleases God with amongst men, that you run your household. I'm going to be the only one doing it. Everybody else doing what they want to do. I don't run my household. God going to look at me like a chump.
That's right.
Because he upheld Abraham for that.
That's
We
right.
ain't doing that. Yeah, he gave him kudos for that.
He
He got kudos for that.
He look at a man. Look, any man that command his household.
It's a fact.
That is something all men do.
Fact.
And if it's
All
not
men.
that way, something
All
is
men.
wrong.
Word.
If the woman is running the
All
man
men.
in the house, that ain't gonna stand. It's not gonna stand.
That's right. That's a fact.
It's not gonna stand.
That's a fact.
The relationship will not work.
That's a
I don't
fact.
care how many babies we got together.
Fact. All men do that.
There's gonna always be this. So what's gonna happen? Separation. And when they say, oh man, nah, she don't wanna do this. She wanna do this her way. I can't do this my way. So how you gonna come in my house and do it your way?
You can go and take the yellow dean with you.
And that's why you don't move into nobody's house. You get your own.
Billions of yellow deans.
So she gonna put you out.
Right here.
They're Americans.
That's right.
They're gonna put you out.
In a minute.
I don't care how long you've been there. I don't care if you're paying all the rent.
That puts you out.
Right.
It's not your house. She's an American broad. She's gonna throw you out.
That puts you out.
And if you tell her you ain't going nowhere, she's gonna call the police. You don't need all of that. You have more
Mom's
control.
called my parents.
Oh,
Said, can you tell them
look,
to get out of my house?
look, it was my parents they called.
You like Abraham? Get out the house. Now. Ibrahim, get out the house.
Because they know we ain't gonna listen. Look. You know why? But we're different. We are not father and mother.
So
They get on the phone and say, yo, shut up, leave her alone. Okay, cool. Look at her, say, leave her alone. Look, and don't say nothing to her when you get off the phone with me. Right, Emma?
That's right.
Police can't do that to me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell her, go home and run your wife. You don't even run your wife. That's your business. But they have the authority to come because they were given the option
And you
to
get
call
arrested.
somebody else
Yeah.
when they're not pleased with their husband.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you get your own.
That's right.
Abraham had his own. That's why he's able to command his household.
That's right.
Because if a woman got her, she gonna command hers because she running.
That's right.
And now unless it takes a good man and a good woman. It don't matter who house it is.
You're right.
I walk off the screen for that. Okay, we both doing this, so I'm gonna know my place. She gonna know her place. We ain't gonna clash. That's it. That's how it goes.
That's right.
The one thing you can't do is come in somebody's house and implement rules, make ultimatum,
Yeah. In another
and
man's
tell
house.
people,
Another man's house.
but look, I'm not leaving or I'm not going. You can't do that. This is why we hear stuff. This is why people get killed in apartments in their houses. Somebody got stabbed up in the house. Two uncles was fighting each other. This is why. This is things like that pop up amongst families because what? Nobody want to be in their place.
That's right.
That's right.
That's the problem. But with the commandments, you are commanded to be in your place. Okay?
That's right.
That's how it goes. So if I hold you down and I bring you out of this situation, you owe me, man.
That's right.
God did this with just with billions of people on a nationwide scale because you were not pretty or smart or the best or the worst. He said, because y'all was the smallest. Y'all can't even stand up to the rest of the nations. Y'all ain't even got a civilization of your own. Y'all ain't got no towns. You ain't even got your own country. So what Israel got now, today, 2020?
Nothing.
You don't have your own country.
Nothing.
There is no government base. There is no courts. There is no judges. None of that.
Nothing.
Each man has to command his household after the commandments of
That's right.
God. And that's it. Some men don't even have a family. It's kind of easier. He live alone. He gonna live. He already doing it. He ain't got to leave behind nobody. So now if everybody do that, you're good. Because there is no nation. We say nation of Israel. We say that. But in God's eyes, the nation been wiped out. He said, I'm going to wipe you guys out, scatter you. You ain't coming back.
That's right.
You're going to die wherever I scatter you.
Yeah.
How about that? In the land of your enemies.
Land in captivity.
We act like we in the land of our friends.
Yeah, that's how
We act like we in the land of the families.
Yeah,
we want to join up.
Yeah, we want to join up.
I'm not going in no UN and sit down.
Yeah.
If I have the opportunity to say, well, look, we pick you. We pick you to go sit in the UN and represent all Israelites. I'm not doing that. You know why? That's the beginning of conforming to the worldly things. That is becoming one with everybody. That's what Antiochus Epiphanes tried to do. He said he wanted the whole world to be one consent. You know what that means? Anytime the whole world unites, it is against God.
Yeah.
It is against his commandments. That's what God said from the beginning. He said, wow, they're building this thing. He said, man, they all speak one language. They're all united. But look at what they imagine to do. So all black, white, Chinese, I'm sorry, we all can't come together unless we come under the banner of these commandments and the banner of his ways. That's it. That's the only way. The unite comes in through other wicked things. The agenda, you know what the agenda is, okay? That's what they're doing now. They're getting everybody to think the same. You're getting your children. We come from a generation of rebels.
Right.
Us that's born in the 70s and the early 80s, we come from a generation of rebels. Certain things is instilled in us, we're not with it.
Right.
So we are in the way today.
Right.
Especially with this.
That's right.
Especially with this, we're in the way. They want my son. They want my daughter. They want my son to be a daughter. They want my daughter to be a son. And they want my woman to be the man and me to be the woman.
Yeah.
They want the dog to be the cat and they want the bird to be a fish.
Everything out of order.
That's what's going on. In a little while, they're going to say fire is water and water is fire. Everything backwards. That's what iniquity does. It perverts everything. Meaning it changes the way God has it. So you owe. Because out of all of the world that's doing all this stuff, I don't pay them no mind. I don't want them, but I want you. Why I want you? Because your father, when your father was around, that was my friend. I made a promise to him that I'm going to hold down his sons, his daughters in the latter days when they're in Egypt. He said, no, for sure, T, they're going to go in. They're going to go in slavery. They're going to go in Egypt. God told Abraham, he showed him. He showed him in a dream. He put him in a deep sleep. And he said a vision of horror came upon him. You know what the vision of horror was? What he saw.
Slavery.
God showed him the future of his children in Egypt getting whacked.
The genocide.
With the bitter cry.
The genocide. He's seen all.
He's seen it. So he said, no, but he said, but look.
For sure.
He said, look. I'm going to get them out.
Strong hands.
Strong right hands. I'm going to give them everywhere where you walked. That's why. See, when you get to your pride goes, you forget your purpose.
That's right.
God showed him like 600-700
He
years
showed
ahead.
him that, man. He said, nah, it's in the iniquity of the Amorites. He said,
That was like 1,000 years ahead, man.
He showed him. Our forefathers,
Isaac wasn't even alive yet.
No.
He wasn't even born yet. Golly.
So he said, look, man, I brought you out. So you owe me. Therefore, Therefore means because of this, you got to do this. Tough shit. Verse 3.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
You cannot have no other gods. There is no intermediate.
Right.
There is no Father, I have sinned. That's an intermediate. He put himself instead of God. And these Israelites better watch it. Watch it. Counselors, judges, teachers, watch it, man. Because you are the people who Israel's going to listen to,
right,
and be advised by.
Right.
There's a thing called ill counsel.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
There is a thing that says, know who you go to counsel for. You can't go to anybody for counsel, man. And you can't go to any old head for counsel either. No. No. There are only 70 elders. And Medad and Eldad. But there was way more elders than that. Why all of them ain't get it? So it gotta be, if the advice and the counsel has to go along with God's commandments. It has to meet up with God's commandments.
That's right. That's right.
He says, oh, so thou shalt have no other gods before me. That means not after God. Look, because the way of the world is 3 in 1. Everybody has 3 in 1.
That's right. Everything's before.
Not just in Christianity, there's a 3 in 1.
That's right.
In Babylon, there was a 3 in 1.
That's right.
They had an idol called Nebo. They had another one called Bel. That's why he said, Nebo, stupid down. That's what the Most High said.
Right.
I'm going to shoot that down. They had a triad.
Yeah.
Which today in Christianity is called a trinity. A trinity of 3 gods.
That's right.
That equals one being. That's the idea of religion. That's the apex. Okay? That's the apex. Everybody had that. Egypt had it. Isis, Horus, Osiris. Okay? Christianity is modern form, old paganism, ancient paganism. Started from the days of Nimrod. All right? Mm-hmm. That's why God said, yeah, you're gonna need these laws. Wickedness, you only are born with it. He said, but your father was a great man with me. Here, take these commandments, and this is gonna keep you from going like the rest of the world. Nobody understand that? He ain't give these laws to us for nothing. Oh, we just said it look different. No, because you're not gonna have the same spirit on you like them. You're not going to want to eat blood. You're not going to want to go to celebrations that are not in this book, that is not in Leviticus 23. Certain things you're not going to do.
That's right.
You're not going to tolerate. Certain actions you're not going to tolerate or do.
That's right.
That's what this Lord does. And that's now, you're not like these people, or those people, or the people in Europe, or your next door neighbor, or this guy across the street. You're now you're able for God to work with. You have made yourself holy. So holy beings praise me daily. What that mean? You got to be holy to praise him.
That's right.
You got to be holy to praise him. Everybody, praise him. Listen, there's a certain way to praise God. If you read, it will tell you. One of them is not saying his name. His name is not to be mentioned.
That's right.
It's saying his name is hallowed.
That's right.
So why am I saying it?
Okay.
You get it?
That's right.
His name is hallowed. It's not supposed to be mentioned out my mouth.
But you call your mom, and you call your dad. But you want to call God by his name.
Call her Stephanie.
He told you he wasn't known. He wasn't known to Abraham by his name.
Her name is Stephanie, not mom.
Yeah.
You call her mom.
That's
So
right.
call her Stephanie.
Niggas
And call your father Bill.
Good point.
Hey Bill, can I speak to you?
Good point. Yeah.
Need their headbutts.
Look, the most heathenish person in the world.
Saying God's name, you need your
They're going to
headbutts.
say, who you think you're talking to?
That's right.
Need your headbutts.
Yes.
They say, who you think you're talking to? I see little kids. They're standing on the talk. They try to call. They hear other people saying their mother's name. So naturally, they're gonna say such and such, such and such. The mother be like, no. The mother say, Ima or mommy.
Yeah.
That's what you
Yeah,
call
the
them.
kids start out like that.
It start out that way.
Yeah, they start out because they hear somebody else calling that, so they call it
That's
that.
But
That's
the mother
not-
come and correct
That's
it.
not.
This is look. It's what? It's natural. So now to be wicked is natural because you're born with it. So this right here will do what the mothers do with the little kids? Turn them. No. That's not what this do. That's how they do. That's what this do.
That's right.
So I want to know why you read "Thou shalt not steal." Every Israelite in the world got a different version and rendition and meaning of the word. Not Israelites. Somebody else.
That's
The
right.
heathens.
That's right.
Heathens that came from mixed up slavery.
That's right.
Okay? Still trying to find your identity. But you got the right God. That's the thing. Out of everything, you found the right God. But the problem is fighting yourself to do his commandments. That's the fight. Not fighting, to fight the white man, fight the government. That's not the fight. That's for other people to take care of. That's for the heathen, the revolutionary. That's for them.
Yeah.
That's for them to be picketing.
Israel ain't got nothing to do with that.
We got a different goal here.
Right.
Nothing to do with that.
What we going out there ain't gonna stop that.
That's right. We ain't
I
Black
can
Lives
stop my
Matter.
wickedness.
That's right.
We
I can
ain't
stop my iniquity.
Black Lives Matter.
Say that again.
Black Lives Matter. We're not part of that.
Everybody's involved in that. We can't be involved in that. Okay? Perverted people are all involved in that. We can't be involved in it. You gotta watch it, man. Don't get caught up in the black skin thing.
Right.
Everybody black was in Hebrew. The Canaanites were black. The Egyptians were black. The Syrians were black. Talk to me. The Moabites were black.
Philistines.
The Philistines were black. Talk to me.
That's right.
It's not a black thing. That was for the 60s. I was born at the end of that, and I remember a little bit. Everybody was walking around like this, proud to be, right? But that's an identity thing for people who were coming out of slavery. That's all that was. But what the government did, shut it down. You the leader, jail for the rest of your life. You the leader, jail for the rest. Oh, you, Jeff Floyd, under the ground.
You come here and infiltrate.
And you stay there and make sure it stay that way.
Give us all the information.
That's what's going on. So you don't own or run nothing. You are not a nation. You are an individual that claimed the heritage of a people that serve God, that came from a man that was a servant of the Lord. No one else was in this time, which is Abraham. That's what we're doing. The identity thing, leave it alone.
That's right.
Identify more with God and his commandments.
That's it.
Because it doesn't matter who you are.
That's right.
A Chinaman could come in here and say, yo, man, I'm dropping that thing I be bowing down to. I feel this. His spirit take to it. That's God doing that.
Job
I can't make a man feel that way.
wasn't an Israelite.
Job wasn't an Israelite. And he eschewed evil. And he was so good. He was so good. God made a bet on him, and he didn't even know he was in the bet. He didn't know what the bet. He didn't know what was going on.
And he's not even an Israelite. That's the thing, though.
So it's not about being Israel, the seed of Israel. The seed of Israel messed up.
That's right.
We are supposed to read this and learn how not to mess up. All their mess ups is in here. God explained why he did everything he did to them. He said, because the children of Israel did not keep the commandments of the Lord their God. They didn't keep it, and then they went over there and they bowed down to idols. And then they did this. And then they committed adultery with each other's wives. It got funky after a while. After a little while after idolatry, bowing down. Now it got funky. I'm ready to swap my wife with you. That's what they was doing.
That's right.
All types of lewdness. That's what it turned into. Witchcraft and lewdness. That's what idolatry is about. Witchcraft and sexual lewdness. Right. Sexual abominations. That's all idolatry is about.
Go
Blood and
eating unclean,
blood and
eating blood, eating fat. That's what bowing down to the idols mean. Having days that are opposed to the days that God say come together and commemorate.
yeah.
You don't even know.
Yeah.
Those idolatrous religions are designed to keep you from God.
That's right.
That's why he say you can't have no other gods but me or before me. Before him mean period.
Right.
Not in succession of order. You can't have none.
Right.
He's the only one.
Right. Because everything is before him.
I got a problem. I ain't gonna look. I got a problem. I ain't going to the priest with it. I'll go to the prophet. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The priest is separated to God, holy. He can't take care of my personal problems. I gotta go to the prophet.
Right.
I can't go to the priest to take care of the situation. I go to the prophet, I go to the judge.
Right.
But one in charge, the king. So you know what I'm saying? Everybody has a niche, which is a job, which is a position within these commandments. Right? Now, I follow one pattern of anything outside of these commandments, I got another God before me. It's just that easy. Sounds you.
I should not make us be a graven image.
Mhm.
Or the likeness
A
of
graven
anything.
image is a statue, an artifact of any shape, symbol, size, color, rank, man, woman, child, anything that's in the heavens, anything that you see in the heavens, everything that you see here, man, woman, child, beasts, creeping things, flying fowls, all that live in the waters, you cannot have or make a graven image of, right?
Right.
It said, because why? They made their own images. You didn't go to nobody and get an image from them because that's his God. That's his household God. And the gods in your household is your grandfather, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather. It's their lineage, your ancestors, and your family line. That's how the idolatry started. Okay? And then after a while, it went into demons. Ma'aka, Asa's mother, had a monstrous idol. See what I'm saying? It went from sun worship all the way down to demons, dragons, snakes. Some shit.
Real demon time.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or the likeness of anything that is in heaven
The
above.
likeness is something that looks like you. Wow, this doll looks like Noah. Right.
That's
Okay.
it.
I'm gonna give you a better example. Man, listen. This is why we can't get into Hollywood, none of that stuff. Okay, let's say I'm an actor. I need a big break. Oh, we're doing a new Star Wars movie. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna put me in it, right? I can't have them make action figures out of me. You know, every character in those movies, they got toys for them.
Yeah, of course.
That's the money.
Yeah.
That's what keeps the movies going.
Yeah.
The toys are for who?
Kids.
The kids. So you're gonna see a little thing of me, look just like me. And guess what? I get a check every month for that, because in the contract, I get paid for you to take any of my likeness and sell it. God said, or any likeness of anything, it's the same thing. So you see why certain roads and certain avenues we can't even go, because it requires us to abominate ourselves.
That's right.
I don't want no image of me nowhere made.
That's right.
But one day I was looking at the commercial, I see Samuel L. Jackson. He's in that movie, Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
And he get an action figure out of him. You know how much that thing costs, collector's item? But it's an image. So that the things that God hates, man has made valuable to love and cherish and hold. They made hobbies out of these things. What you think a museum is? That's why when I had my children young, no museums, no amusement parks, no. You ain't going to the Statue of Liberty. All those things is part of the idolatry. All these things got to do with graven images. All these things got to do with likenesses. We were playing people. We didn't have statues and busts, portraits, paintings, pictures, symbols. We didn't have that. God said, when you get down to Canaan land and you kill those people, destroy all their groves, their altars, all of that high place, destroy all that stuff. There's no such thing as a relic. A relic is idolatry. When somebody dies, oh wow, man, this was his hat, or this was his favorite shirt, and you keep it. That becomes an idol to you. Because you have separated it.
That's right.
You know that, right?
Right.
Oh no. This over here, nothing goes over here. All of this got pictures of everybody that's dead, or one person that's dead. That's idolatry. You praise in the dead.
That's right.
That's what the Egyptians used to do. That's why he said, yo, don't hate them, but don't follow their ordinance.
Right.
You get it? You get that?
That's right.
Don't hate them,
Don't follow.
but don't follow them. Because why? You was a stranger in their house.
That's right.
You was in their house. Yo, but there was this.
Don't matter.
But yo, you remember that one time you was in his house? You
Yeah,
remember
one
that
time they fed you.
He fed you. So you gotta be easy.
Clothed you.
You gotta be a little bit easy. Okay? You was appreciative with that.
We don't consider those.
No, we don't.
We don't consider that.
I cursed the old lady out for little or nothing. But then now the next day I'm running from the police and I'm hiding. And she see me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Certain people, they don't have to do these commandments. They have certain ways that benefit us. They helped you out or looked out for you or said something that saved you. You can't treat them bad.
Yeah.
Or, hey, it wasn't you, it was him they did it for. Or what it wasn't, you gotta pipe down. Because when your brother was in a situation, you was nowhere around, you couldn't even help. He did it.
Mm-hmm.
So be easy with that guy. Because that guy's not gonna violate. They look up to you and respect you and honor you. They ain't gonna violate, so you ain't gotta be that way. You do have allies. Okay, that respect, they come, no, you can't do that around them. Okay? Yeah, treat them good. Because look where you at. It's not a community of Israelites. Okay? We the minority. God said he will scatter us amongst who?
Well, always been though. God said he said amongst all the nations.
You the smallest.
You was the smallest. You was the least.
You the least.
You always been the least.
Always
so how
been.
in the world all the black people in the world is Israel right now?
Thank
What are you talking about?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good point. So, the heaven above, so that sun, moon, and stars, meteorites, comets, planets, clouds, everything you can see up there, whatever you see, whatever action you see up there, okay, you can't make a likeness of, right? Tamshi?
All that is in the earth indeed.
But that's here on the planet, here in the world, here on the earth. Nothing, Tamshi.
All that is in the water under the
Oh, that's in the waters. And what has man done? He has made likenesses that's from the heaven above, the earth beneath, and everything. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, Elohim, thy El, of the jealous.
Don't serve them by going according to the rules that are established to these likenesses, which are idols. Because there's rules that come with the idols. Okay? There's days that come with it. There's a mannerism that come with it. There's sayings that come with it. Words that they use. All these things cannot be done. You can't have nothing to do with it. Then it says, thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. Because when you do that, you serve them.
Yeah.
And people actually put food in front of the idols, the statues. So it go both ways. He said, but I, the Lord thy God, he said, I'm a jealous God. I'm jealous. We all know what jealous is. Everybody's human in here. We all felt that emotion of jealousy. My jealousy is not good. My jealousy is not good. Somebody gonna die. He said the rage of a man when he's jealous, you can't buy him no gifts. But give him a good word. He don't want to hear that. See, when a woman get jealous, she do stuff. She do stuff. Man get jealous, somebody gonna die. Yeah. Oh, look. You see, when a new man, he kills his woman and kills himself. Most of the time, you know what that was? She leaving him with somebody else. He said, you ain't doing that. Look, I can't see you. I ain't having that. So guess what? Bow. And I know I can't stick around here no more because I'm what I just did. Yeah. Bow. We die together. And guess what? People take vows when they get married and don't live to it. Even in their world, they got vows. Israel, so your stand up sister vowed to do these laws. She said yes, but she ain't gonna be here another 5 years.
For the 4 years.
So it's all a game. Even in the Christian world, they do all that ceremony. They said, "Do you take this?" They asked the man, "Do you take this woman?" He said, "I do." But as soon as he see another one, he forget about his wife. He look like her. She got a friend for her own now. Y'all, you got that going on out here. Israelite men first. I'm talking about. I've seen it. Witness to it. Okay. And then you got the woman. He said, "You gonna take this man in sickness and in health?" She said, "I do." People get sick, and they leave him. He leave her, and she leave him. I've seen that on both ends, not just the man, not just the woman. I've seen it on both ends. I seen when a man, he lose his physical ability to perform when his woman is bad.
He's sick.
He's sick.
He said he's sickness and health.
She didn't meet him like this. An accident happened. He can't use it no more. He can't please her in that way no more. She left him.
Yeah. Well.
You went in that church and bowed to that idol. In sickness. Putting rings on rings. The sun god. You put the sun god on your head. It's all fake, man. All that is a ceremony. We don't deal with ceremonies. You got ceremonies when people get married. You got ceremonies when people die. You got ceremonies. The birthday is a ceremony. All these things are ceremonies. God is not with that. AKA ritual. That's the real word. Okay? And so the service is the ceremony. The ceremony is a ritual. Because things get done while people are praying. That's why I told the brother, do not pray or say anything while my son is getting circumcised.
You want him to pray us up.
Joshua didn't do that.
Pops, get out of here.
Abraham didn't do that.
Pray us up. Get out of here.
Isaac didn't do that.
First, he didn't say that was smack.
Let's stop adding on.
My pops will.
See, we always talking about taking away,
yourself.
But they add on.
Pray for yourself.
Pray for yourself. You ain't got to say no prayer for no circumcision. That is Jewish. A lot of the Israelites is following the ways of Judaic Jewish folklore. So I stopped the brother. Don't say no prayer. Just let her hit it, man. Zipporah hit it. So look, nobody said a prayer while they was getting circumcision in this book. Nobody. You don't know what reaction or what you gonna try to, what spirit you conjuring up when you do these things. Because you're making it a ritual. Rituals invoke spirits. Why do you think God said on certain days that we come together, the priest, he got to make an offering by fire to the Lord? That's right. Because in the spirit world, it covers, this is the righteous part of the spirit world here. That's a ritual. It's a righteous ritual. It's commanded by God. But anything outside of that, what you think is going to bring? Demons. Right. Evil. Spirit of deceit, lie, horrorism. All these evil spirits You invoke it with your lifestyle.
That's right.
You ain't gotta burn nothing.
That's right.
The ways of the heathen is how you invoke Holy Spirits to you and to your children and in your house. Certain spirits that come in your house ain't leaving.
That's right.
And they jump on people. Because again, read the prophecy,
Real
they
talk.
tell you.
Don't talk.
They tell you. They said the scroll will go up in the house of the thief and the liar.
Liar, yeah.
What is in that scroll? What does that scroll set off in your
That's
house?
some stuff for everybody in that family.
Unless you don't believe these things, it's not going to have an impact on you, and it's going to make you rethink yourself. Well, you know what? Because I remember what it said here in the book. And this bird, I can't have no bird in a cage here. They don't talk too good about that. It's like they compare it. It's being compared to. It's wickedness.
Right. Yeah. So the
I
evil
can't
called the cage evil.
Called the cage evil.
To the evil cage.
That's why we didn't have zoos.
That's right.
You'd be surprised where these things come from.
That's right.
What's the word? What's that the word? Restaurants. All these come from gymnasium. All this come from ancient Roman and Greek. It's an ancient Roman and Greek god, and that's how they worship this certain idol. Okay, restaurants were created. All right, you know what? Everybody don't have to go home after you finish worshiping in the temple. Go right downstairs and order something to eat. We have servants down there. We have to pay them. And the proceedings is going to the idol. He put food out there, right? Daniel, the book of Daniel. They put food out there, right?
Yeah.
And what happened? What Daniel did?
Put some on the floor, like
Put
a
some
pile
on
of
the floor.
dirt. On the
Yeah.
floor, dust.
And what
Ashes.
He put ashes on the floor, right?
Coming back,
And when he looked, he saw little feet, big feet, women's
whole
feet.
damn family come and eat it.
All those idolatrous priests brought their families to eat up of that food. It's a secret little compartment. And they come in, they eat the food. But they got the people saying that the idol ate it.
Yeah. This God eat it. Dragon.
They got them saying that he ate it.
Dragon.
Daniel blew that up.
Look at the dragon.
He blew that up.
Yeah, that was smart.
All these things is why God is jealous. This is why God hit them up. He said, I'm a jealous God. He said, don't do this, but I'm a jealous God.
Right.
He said, visiting, I will visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. In the Hebrew, the word for children is banim, sons. That's why it said, teach it thy sons and thy sons' sons.
Right.
But if you don't teach it to them and you do otherwise, I'm going to visit your iniquity on them. Look. And now, a lot of times, even if you're doing law, certain things a man do, look, now this going to drop on his son.
Yeah.
He's still going to go through it.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right. You already.
That's why it's detrimental.
Yeah, it already went down already.
Yeah.
Went down. Yeah.
He said, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. If you don't do God's commandments, you don't do his will, you don't consider his ways and make them yours, you hate him. He said, showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me. That's who the mercy goes to. The ones who follow his commands. The ones who made themselves holy. He said, and keep my commandments. He said, I will show myself worthy unto those that love me and keep my commandments. They love me so much, they're going to keep my commandments. I love you so much, I ain't going to get you mad. I love you so much, I'm going to make sure everything you want and everything you desire is the way it is. That's what God wants. That's what he wants, tells you.
Thou shalt take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Uh-huh.
for the Lord will not hold you guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Uh-huh.
Remember the Shabbat day.
Remember the Shabbat day. Remember the Shabbat day during the week. Remember the Shabbat day today. Remember the Shabbat day when you break. Remember the Shabbat day when you get on your phone.
That's right.
Don't go checking your comments,
That's right.
messages. It ain't got nothing to do with
That's
that
right.
today.
That's right.
Because a lot of people
Real
do it.
talk. No, you're right.
I had to put myself out
I had
of
to
do
put myself.
So
I'm checking my inbox and my.
I had to tell myself, well, what you doing?
Keep it
Not
real.
today.
Keep it
Unless
real.
you're gonna go on YouTube and check out another
Keep it
camp
real.
or our stuff. It has to be
Law
It has
related,
to be.
godly.
okay.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's your personal thing,
Keep it
man.
real. Keep it
Remember,
real.
they made these phones.
Keep it real.
They did something with these phones.
Yeah,
They made it your wallet. They made it your own entertainment. They made it your own TV. They made it everything. So we gotta be careful with that too, man.
Well, the nigga say, yo, he said, that's the chip. The phone is the chip. He said, remember years ago we heard there's gonna be a chip in our hand, in our head, in our ear. No? He said, that's the chip. It's staying in your hand and it's staying in your head. And it's staying in your head. He said, that's the chip. That's real. That's real.
So we gotta be careful with that. Everything is on the phone. Good, righteousness is on the phone, and wickedness is on the phone. I'll put it like that. Oh yeah, there's more wickedness in the world than righteousness. So you have to do what? Separate. No, there's a time for everything. Okay.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
6 days, you got 6 days to do all your stuff, man. All your work.
That's right.
Your work.
That's right.
Okay. So, what's up with the couch potatoes? You know, the couch potato. What are you doing? You're not working. You're not even throwing a break. You're not doing nothing. You gotta do something. Because it said work.
That's right. Get up and go get it.
6 days shall thou labor and do all that work. But you gotta remember, God told man, he said, you are going to sweat.
Sweat your brow. Yeah, from day one. That's when
You
you
know
got
what
to,
that
when you
means?
got to Adam.
You're gonna have to work hard now. Nothing coming
You
easy.
gotta work hard.
You got to put your work in.
That's right.
You had it easy.
You had it right. We ain't have to grow nothing.
All you have to do is go to the garden
Pick up.
and do whatever you want. Don't eat that. Don't eat from that tree. Everything else is good.
Whatever they eat from, it's gonna grow back.
Look. You didn't have to. You didn't have to do too much. You didn't have to plant. You didn't have to plant or sow. You just cultivate. That's it. Like a gardener going in.
That's
So I've seen people sing to their plants,
lit.
and I've actually seen the plant get up.
That's lit.
That's all he had to
That's
do.
lit.
He was in
Had
paradise.
it made.
Had it made. No worries, no death, no disease, no stress, no responsibility.
No responsibility. No sickness. None.
This is what God wanted for us.
For us.
At
That's
the
real.
beginning.
Just have us praising Him. That's it.
That's it.
No, the dude.
So you gotta understand it's a different mindset. It's a different mindset, man.
My guy said.
Come on, man.
My guy said. No.
Nah, man. So you gotta leave all of that for the 6 days, man. And then remember the Shabbat today. You gotta constantly do that. Because man, we got a spirit in us that's gonna push you against this naturally. Okay? Tom Street.
The 7 days shalt thou labor and God. And thou shalt not do any work.
So I don't want to hear about no other day being the Sabbath day. Okay? Nobody is supposed to be saying the Sabbath is on Monday, on Wednesday, on Friday, because these are the days that the heathen use for their Sabbath. The Muslims, their Sabbath is Friday. 5% don't have a Sabbath. The Christians, they say the Sabbath, but it's Sunday. They say, yeah, the Sabbath is Sunday, but the worship is on Sunday. So and then now you got Israelites that say the calendar is off. So the Shabbat really is on a Monday or on a Wednesday. Okay? God created the earth in 6 days. On the 7th day, he rested from his work. So it's 7 days. And on the 7th day is the Shabbat. Not the first day, not the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Just because Israelites, I've been online and I've been reading a lot of weird stuff coming out of Israelites' mouth. There are Israelites that are doing whatever they want today. It's a regular day today.
Yeah.
And then when Monday or Wednesday come, they treat it like this day.
Yeah.
Okay? Man,
So much.
God said he was going. He said, man, if y'all don't do my laws,
He said
I'm going
today
to
is
put
not
sugar on you.
He said today ain't the right
He
Shabbat.
said it's not the right Shabbat because the days were off.
Days are off.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
You ain't going to know how and when to put that back together.
No.
You had to have been alive and present when the Sanhedrin sat together and said, we're going to change the Bible and we're going to change everything. You had to have been there. You had to have been there with the Roman Senate when they changed the calendar and started putting tape, and they started adding on more months to the calendar and naming them after Greek gods. You had to have been there to see what it was before they changed it. Because after they changed it, garbage.
That's right.
So the original calendar, you're not gonna know. When man changes things, the old is done with. Why do you think they say the Old Testament is not, the New Testament is it? That's the idea of wicked men. So you would have had to been there when they changed the calendar to know, oh, wait. This is the right calendar. Let me keep this. You'd have had to been there to hold that scroll. To Luna, right. You would have had to been there. So you don't know how, yes, they have been changed. I can't tell you exactly how. I can't tell you. He said, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. While the Sabbath is in play, okay? During the Sabbath, thou shalt not do any work. What is work? Meleket aboda. That's what it is. So now work covers a whole bunch of things. And one of the main things it covers is activities. Activities are personal endeavors that we make events out of. Or personal activities. Watching the TV. Activities. Doing the regular thing that I do during the week that I'm not going to do today. That's an activity.
That's right.
You know, they didn't beat drums, right? They didn't beat drums.
On string.
All string
That's right.
and pipes.
That's right.
Okay? When you drumming,
That's right. Summons in.
you don't know what you're doing. You're invoking evil spirits. Because the drums came from Africa, not from Israel, not from Egypt, not from out there in the Middle East. It didn't come from Syria. They didn't do that. They didn't have drums. They had harps. They had what's the name of it? Psaltery, lyre, these are strings, timbrels, little small. That's it. That's the only percussion you get. They didn't have boom, 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 boom. If you look at the movies, you see once they start going boom, 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 somebody gonna die, or King Kong or Godzilla gonna come out and kill somebody. Something bad gonna happen. They show it to you. They let you know, yo, God ain't lying now. Look. What you be liking? What we doing over here, what you liking? God don't like that, though. We doing it. It's showing you. Oh, but the Indians, they used it for communication. I said, man.
What?
Okay, unlearned person. Who do you think they was trying to communicate with?
Yeah, it wasn't outside. It wasn't outside, I'll tell you that much. Nigga talking to this, trying to communicate with
People think that they were just using it to the other tribe over there, but no, that they got that from using the drums to communicate with evil spirits first. That's where they got that skill to Morse code each other. That's where Morse code comes from. Tap, 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 tap. What you think the beating of the drum is? I don't even know what it is, man. You don't even know how deep idolatry gets, man. We're not supposed to be beating on drums, man. I'm not supposed to be doing nothing that's gonna have me on heads hurting, sweating like crazy. Yeah, it's hot, but I'm more hotter when I'm doing this all the time. That's what's not for us. Okay? That is an African custom. That is part of African culture, Hamite culture.
He said, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, that means you, man, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your manservant. Okay? That would be the butler today, right? Nor your maidservant. That would be the maid today. Because they live in your house too. He said, nor thy cattle. The cattle get the rest. The cattle ain't got to push or pull nothing today. They ain't got to carry nobody. They don't got to carry no weight. They ain't going nowhere. They get to sit, graze, sleep, and eat all day. They get rest, right? From work. He said, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. So the stranger, come in my gates. You gotta come with us. You can't do nothing. No. I gotta let you know before when Saturday comes, on this day, you ain't gonna be able to smoke, drink, watch TV, do nothing. You can't leave and go do your thing because you live here.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Definitely.
He said the stranger, yeah, it's plain and clear. The stranger that is within thy gates. So that's the one that is not of his family, right? That come from outside, a visitor. He said, for in 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. It took 6 days for God to make the heaven and earth. The sea,
And all that.
in the midst. You know how big the sea is? You know how big heaven is?
Huge.
You know how huge, how vast. And it looked like it's endless. God made that in 6 days. And we gotta listen to him, man. He made everything that he tells you not to be in awe of because it's so big and so vast. He made all that stuff in 6 days. Why? He made it in 6 days. Why did it take 600 years? Why? Because he said the spoken word. He said, let this appear. As it was created, he gave it a name. Right. He gave it a name, and then it became into existence. Right. It became what he said it is. So it was, it wasn't a whole bunch of chaos, a whole bunch of grass, trees, and metal, this, that, and a whole bunch of stuff. All the planets, everything in the universe was grouped up here called chaos. No, because this is what the Israelites are teaching. No. That is Judaic also. Because that means it wasn't created. It was here already. Yeah. The only thing that was here already was water, darkness. Water and darkness. There was no matter. There was nothing solid. There was no flesh. There was no bacteria. There was no, you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So when God said something, it came into existence that moment. Okay? He didn't pull it. That's what we gotta do. Mm-hmm. That's how we gotta, all right, I'm gonna make a house. I can't say, well, wood, a pair of it. It's already created and existed. I gotta go get the wood, chop it down, strip it, and put it together. God didn't have to do that. Right. That's why everything, this whole big universe was made in a mere 6 days. Time shoot.
Well, 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in the midst. And rested the 7th day.
He didn't go to sleep. He rested, he didn't go to sleep. He just didn't create no more. That's all. For 6 days he was creating stuff. The 7th day, he said, okay, hold up. Let me check this out. He said he looked at his work, which he had created. Right. And it was good. He said, therefore, he blessed that day because he rested and he ceased from work. Mm-hmm. And he hallowed that day. And that's today, the Shabbat. That's why this day was created in the creation. This day was here before any other day. This day is the most important day of God. Okay? No other day can couple up to this day. If any other days, Passover, this, that, fall on the Shabbat supersedes the rules of the Shabbat, supersede all other feast days.
That's right. That's right.
the rules of the Shabbat does not get weakened or lessened because Passover came on this day.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be in the I'm gonna go in the kitchen and go making bread. If we don't make the bread, it's gonna be. Listen, man. That's why I know the calendar's messed up because certain days we can't do nothing about that. So what we do, the best thing is stick to the laws of Shabbat. Come first, man. I don't care what day it is. If it's called on Shabbat, I'm not doing it.
That's right.
Oh, but it's such a yeah, but I'll celebrate tonight. I'll wait till tonight and celebrate Feast of Booths or Pesach, whatever it is. But we're gonna keep it a solemn day. Today is solemn. You know what that means? Solemn, serious, guided,
That's right.
limited. Okay? There's no mirth. No mirth and happiness and a bunch of no. Calm that down. Focus and direct God's law. That's what Shabbat is about. That's why it's no work because He didn't work. That's it.
That's right.
That's it. That's why you don't work because God ain't work. He said cease from work on that day. Rest from it. You gotta leave it alone. This whole world's against that. What? Oh man, now I need you for Saturday. That's the thing. I can't do that, man. You gotta call somebody else. It's okay. Well, look. Come. What he said? He said, just come in the morning and you can leave it at. I said, no, the whole day. The whole day. Because other people, we do them in their days, right? They're not supposed to be doing business and stuff like that, but they do it in half day.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, man, why the store was closed today? It's the day we wasn't supposed to do no business. We ain't supposed to pay no money. I said, somebody open up. He said, no, but I said, nah, that's backwards, man. I said, so your day is still on. The day is still here. The day ain't over yet. He said, no, we still. I said, but you making money. But how I'm going to talk to them? They sell Vienna sausages and pork. They don't stick to their rules. Yeah, they don't stick to their rules. You know who one of their gods is? Jake. Right or wrong, Drama?
That's right.
Drama said something about Jake. The dude didn't like. Abraham said, like, whoa, what? I said, oh, shoot. They down with that too.
Yeah.
They down with it too. We ain't cousins. Ishmael and Isaac, that didn't. These guys here, they're Christians. They down with that, man.
Right.
He said, for 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in the midst, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore, because of this, the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Because of that, He hallowed it and blessed. He said, on this day is a commemorative day of creation, of when I created everything. 6 days ago, nothing was here.
Right.
Now He got stuff popping. So He said, okay, this day here, I'm going to rest from work. That's why the command for us is to rest from work.
Right.
Honor thy father and thy mother, and that days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth.
Honor your father and your mother.
Right.
Your life will be easier. That's how I can tell you that.
Right.
I can tell you that. Your life will be easier because whatever they advise you is for you.
Okay.
It ain't for them. They did their job already.
Okay.
They got advised.
Okay.
And they did that. So they know. Experience, the older, the seniority. They're the ones on top of everybody. They've been around longer. They've seen when you do this is going to bring this.
Yeah.
That's why they can look at a man and a woman that you're about to marry and say, I don't know about that guy. I don't know about that.
That's right.
Or they say, oh no, listen, I like her. But you like somebody else. But your mother said, no, I like her. But you don't see it. You don't see what your mother see. You see what you see, right?
Right.
But then you don't listen and you go with this one.
Yeah.
I'm married her. My heart is here. Then later on,
You regret it.
she make you cry.
Okay.
She make you cry.
Yep.
She break your heart.
That's right.
Then take your kids
Mm-hmm.
and feed them pork
Uh-huh.
and maybe get a Christmas tree.
Right.
That breaks the heart. You know what I mean? Yo, man, listen. You know how many men are tight to man? Okay, you wanted to go, you could have gone. Why you taking the kids? How you gonna abominate them, man?
Uh-huh.
They came out halfway good. And now you gonna take them and just spoil them. And once they get a taste,
It's over.
That's it.
I seen it. Once they get a taste, not everybody got strength to say, okay, no. Get out of it.
Go in and jump back out.
Not everybody got that.
Nah, some
Not
go
everybody
in
got some go in and
and
go
they
all
in.
the way and
and
become
they can't
king
come
at
back,
it.
and they never come
Queen
back.
at it.
They never come
It's
back.
not designed for everybody to be that way. You only Solomon can do stuff like that. He went in all the way. He said, I went through all folly. I covered all folly. Still retained my wits.
That's right.
And I did that so I can write these things to
Tell
show
you
you
and tell
how
you
life
about it.
go. That's why he went and did this and did that and did this. But he was wicked too. Look, shut up and mind your business. These are the examples. Examples are gonna be good and bad. They are the examples for us. That's what we riding on. We don't need no prophets. We don't need no other book. We don't need nobody from them. Read this book.
That's
Read it. And it will tell you everything. I can guarantee you that. What you've been wondering for years, keep reading. You'll find it. No, sure. Now this part over here makes sense to me because it never did. Everything you read ain't gonna make sense to you.
That's right.
The teachers, the leaders, everything they read ain't making sense to them because they're all saying different things.
Mm-hmm.
One say you can celebrate your birthday. Why can't you celebrate the day that God made you, that God created you? First of all, God ain't create you. God created Adam and Eve.
That's right.
Okay? We come from them. They didn't get born. They were made. We don't get made. Number two, I don't see nowhere in here when God commemorate anybody on the day of their birth.
Okay.
No.
Not even a slave did it. But
Okay.
Pharaoh did it. And God said no, not to follow the ordinance and the ways of Egypt.
Okay.
And that's an ordinance. And I know later on in history, Herod did it.
That's right.
And I noticed something with these heathen kings, Roman kings too.
Mhm.
I read books where the birthday of a king, all right, all his enemies, his captives, somebody's gonna die.
Yeah.
They put people to death. That's the present. That's the offering of the God who is the king. That's why nobody else can have a birthday but the Pharaoh, but Herod, but the king, but the emperor. You go ahead back in these times and try that, like how everybody do it now, because the whole world is, they got the whole world. It's the beginning. Back then it was, no, only I do this wickedness. Now everybody's allowed. That's how it started. The second in command, you better not be talking about celebrating what and people bringing what to you. That's how people deal with God. Did not they bring offerings to the Most High? Gifts. So, yeah, you gotta be careful with this stuff. And get into all those days. So, thou shalt not kill, right? In the translation, they changed it from murder to kill. So it's really thou shalt not murder. Because you gotta kill to eat. The lamb, the sheep, the clean animals that I am allowed to eat, they gotta die. I gotta put them to death. I gotta kill them. That's why God said, man, you can't do your own sacrifices. You can only kill the animal for use of eating, using his bones, using his hide, stuff like that. Other than that, you can't go around killing no animal by no sacrifice. There is no priest There is no Kohanes. There is no kings. I'm seeing a lot of kings. Those call themselves kings, queens. Leave that for the black citizens of America. Leave that stuff alone. Because it's making you go a different route. It said, thou shalt not commit adultery. Adultery for a man is when he sleep with another man's wife. You have no business in another woman's face. I'm hard on that stuff. What are you doing? He said, wait a minute, what are you doing over there? You ain't got no business talking to her. Let her man tell her man. Don't go telling her nothing. Jeremiah had to leave the woman alone. Jeremiah had to leave them alone, and they were baking cakes to the Queen of Heaven. This is idolatrous. But they said, look, man, look, that these women here, they didn't make moves on their own like that. They said, well, see, our husband, I'm under command to do this. You left them alone. Look at that, man, leave the woman alone, man. Get them over there, right or wrong. In the camp, it was a separation. The boys was with the boys and the girls was with the girls. There was no mingling. They said, hey, you get away from them girls, man. Because assimilation. You know what that means? I will assimilate. As children, they mimic everything they see and do. So if this little boy is around little girls all the time, he's going to mimic female traits. And vice versa.
Yeah.
But we've been, it's a separation with everything. Holy people going to be, a separated people going to separate a lot of things. So I ain't got no business looking at her, man. Don't belong to me. You ain't got no business looking at mine either. Why are you so interested in her? You ain't got to tell me she pretty. Did anybody tell Abraham, your wife is pretty? I was against that. I know she pretty. That's why I married her. She got kids for me. She's my woman. I know that. You're looking a little too long. I'm telling you, this is different. You looking too much. You're paying too much attention to something that belongs to me.
That's right.
That's how I look at it. Okay? And I make sure I don't pay no attention to a woman that belongs to another man, Israelite, outside, anywhere. If you say that's his girlfriend, I'm going to respect that. Oh, man, but they're not married. Listen. Mind your business. He goes into her. Okay? He claiming it. And she going along with it. She didn't say, oh, no, I'm not your man. Did she say that? No. Whatever title that man give her, and she rock with it, that's his. Oh, look, that's my prostitute. That's my hoe. All right, so I can't come in. Look. I got to come to you.
That's right.
I got to come to you. Stay out of men's. Look, I don't care if it's your brother. There is be easy. Because that's one thing you don't play with. You don't play with somebody. David said, man, listen, ain't nothing going down till you bring my wife back here. I ain't even go back in into her. But bring her back here. I'm going to be king. You know what I'm saying, son? Mm-hmm. I'm going to be king. And my ex is over there. No. My baby mother is with. Nah, that's why they got virgins. He said, no, nothing going down. Bring me Kyle back here.
Right.
It's okay. He said, no, I paid for that. A stipulation was put on me by her father for 100 foreskins. And I gave up 2. Mm-hmm. But look, he didn't mention the 2. That's how right he was.
Right.
He said, look, the deal was for 1. I did the extra. That has nothing to do with it. Right. He said 1, and I gave him 1. Right. The 200 was to show y'all I'm gully like that. That's how I feel. He was showing off. Yeah. I took 200 down just to make sure you got that money. Time sheet. He said, thou shalt not steal. You don't take anything that don't belong to you. And it's not only money.
No.
I don't think I need to say it any clearer. Everybody looks at money because everybody's after money. That's the number one thing people steal today. Money. Money. You get a check for $5,000 for something that you didn't spend. And you call the people and say, yo, man, you sending me a bill? I never ordered this. I never did this. They're come to find out people use your identity and call it identity theft. That's very popular. This happens. I heard somebody talking about it outside yesterday. He said, man, I can't do this. I can't do this. I got to wait for this because somebody was using my stuff.
Or you get a check for $500. You get a check for $500. You cash it, and you're in debt.
And you're in debt, but you're not supposed to cash this. He stopped being greedy. You see, that's the stuff in you that you got to check.
Come on.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Come on.
Where did this come from? Hold up. Before I bust,
Did I work?
I wasn't expecting no check from nobody. Let me make sure that this supposed to be mine. Because I could bust it, being all crazy, right?
And
Then now I found out later, somebody made a mistake. Somebody did something that wasn't your money. You owe. Now you can't do this, that, and third. Because the credit bureau got your name here.
Yeah.
But it's the ways. It's your ways. It's your ways.
That's right.
Yeah, everybody go after money, but there's other things people steal.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised. People steal a whole bunch of stuff, man. It's the thing now. I can steal it because it's free and sell it for a price higher than it does in the store. That's what they're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no discount. I want the full price that's in the store now. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
You stole it. Then when somebody steals from you, you want to be mad.
Yeah.
But you a thief. How you gonna get mad if somebody took up the but you a scammer? You're a scammer.
Mm-hmm.
You take people money all day. I don't feel sorry for you. And I said, nah, son, but you taking people money. You a scammer. You know what I'm saying? You do credit cards, you do this. You can't be mad, son. That's what I said, oh, you can't be mad, yo. You take it from people, somebody gonna get you.
Yeah.
You be putting yourself out there, somebody gonna get you, man. Look. If nobody gets you, you will get yourself. Yeah. You throw away money. So what I did was bad with the stash. Not realizing you threw it in the garbage, took it outside, and they already came and got it. Ain't no going down in that garbage going to get nothing. God will make you do that. He said, I will make you put your money in a bag of holes. I'll have somebody come take it from you. I'll have you lose it, or I'll have you invest it in nothing.
Yeah.
So, and that comes from being a thief. You don't have to steal. Most of the time, you got to do is ask. You'll get more than what you ask for. You never been through that?
Yeah.
Tell man, let me get a collar. Say, here, man. No, I just need a dollar. Say, take it. You gave me 20.
That's right. Yeah.
You don't have to steal, man. He said, thou shalt not bear
against our neighbor.
bear. I carry untruth. I carry a lie. Okay? Against my neighbor. Oh, yeah, I seen it too. You didn't see it, though. You're only saying that because 1, 2, 3 are seeing it, and that's the crew. Certain people, certain crews have influence on certain people and certain crews. Okay? So you can't do that. You can't bear false witness. You testify to what you see, what you saw, and what you heard. That's it.
That's it.
When you do that, be prepared for people to not like you no more. Say, wait a minute, hold on. I noticed y'all were there, but I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see the transaction. And I wasn't listening. I was over here taking care of my business. That's the truth, right?
Right.
If I say anything else, wouldn't I be bearing false witness, right?
Right.
I want you to lie, though. I want you to lie, though. I want you to change the story and take little details to get me out of it. That's wicked. I want you to be that God is telling me not to be a false witness, and you telling me to be a false witness. God tell me not to do something, you come tell me do it. You're an adversary to me.
An adversary to God.
Yeah, you want to get me set up. He said, thou shalt not covet. What covet mean?
Covet, lust, or
To lust and
desire.
desire something that does
Don't
not,
belong.
something or someone that does not belong to you. Wow. That's not an action. That's an emotion. So you got to control your emotion.
Control your emotion.
I got to control my anger. I got to control what? There you go, anger. I got to control that. And I can only fear God. So anything else I fear, it's going to weaken my kidneys. And if I start worrying, the only thing I'm supposed to worry and grieve about and stress about is those laws. But that's what our forefathers did. That's why when you're stressed, other than these laws, I got to find out how I'm going to get this done. You don't get no headache figuring out how to get a law off. But when you stress anything else, you get a headache.
That's right.
Heart, headache.
That's right.
Brain, headache. These both bring headaches. And it weakens your heart.
That's right.
Years and years and years of stress, I will weaken my heart. The heart is a pump. And something about stress
It triggers.
does something to the heart and weaken it.
That's right.
And in the end, of course, it's going to weaken the brain because all the stress starts right up in the head.
Mm-hmm.
So you get brain aneurysms, migraines, things that go on in the head come from an accumulated buildup of stress. Stress comes from the word distress. Do not distress thyself. Grief. You can't grieve too long. In other words, they warned Moses 30 days. That's it. That's it. You can't keep crying and grieving and crying and grieving. And next year now, we all get together and go to the grave and do it all again. No, this is how the Egyptians worship in the day. So all these things will lead you to worship in the day.
That's what you said. Shoshana moved to England to go to divinity school.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
You know what that is?
Wow.
Man, explain that, man. Divinity school.
That's why he's telling me what she gonna
That is
she gonna pray.
No, don't pray for my father, man.
Abraham, I had anything with that shit?
No.
I said, no, please don't pray for
Yeah,
that
don't do
man's name.
Uh-huh. What she said then?
When you was in the living room.
Yeah, what she said then?
She said, no, I'm not gonna go back and pray. But I did not pray no prayer.
That what she said?
Yeah. But I can't do nothing with that.
no, she's doing her own.
Yeah.
She can't come around here doing that.
Don't, I said, you know.
Wow.
You don't pray to nobody.
Facts.
I said, you know how your father is? Do not go to him in front of him, pray.
With no
That
Jesus.
man and that thing name, man.
No.
That's crazy.
Facts. Divinity.
At least respect
But
your father's
yes,
wishes. This is his God he served to choose.
Yes.
That's it.
Don't come with nothing else.
Right.
Right.
That's right. I told her.
Remember, you wasn't brought up this way. You wasn't
That's
born
right.
this way. But you headed for a bad one.
Yeah, they all.
You headed
Yes,
for a
man.
bad one. You was not meant to be hung up in this life. Nah, man. So I can't allow you to come around. You don't have to pray. Okay? You don't have to pray. Don't pray for me. You don't have to pray for me. Don't, until the prophet comes along, I pray for myself. And I pray for my children. And I can pray for my children. I don't want nobody praying for me. I don't even want Israelites praying for me. Israelites don't know how to pray.
No.
Israelites say God's name. That's not a prayer. The whole thing you saying, God ain't hearing that. He ain't hearing that. So I cannot desire my neighbor's house. Looking over by his house, man, I want that. I don't want my own. I want what he got. I want the one he got. A man like that will kill a man to take it. That's why he said you kill. You kill
and
you take your possession.
My God.
The killing. You went too far when you killed the guy. You're supposed to say, oh man, damn, don't. He said, and you took possession. Yeah, come on. So what bring that desire?
Uh-huh.
He said, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. If you're looking at your house, you're definitely gonna look at your wife.
Yeah.
That's a house. He can't do nothing with the house, but live in it. So he gonna look at your wife. If you got a car, and this guy wants your car, he don't want to go and work and get his own.
You want yours.
Keep your woman away from him, keep your kids away from him. He's a covetous person.
You see? You got it up there? Oh,
Okay. Whew. Divinity has to do with
witchcraft.
Wiccan is witchcraft.
It's witchcraft.
Wiccan is an old English word for witchcraft.
Right.
All right. So everybody that go to divinity school, you're getting taught witchcraft.
Yes.
You're getting taught Christianity witchcraft.
Yes.
Those rituals that
Yes.
that they be doing in mass and all of that. That's what you're getting taught. The views of divinity are generally theistic. They revolve around a goddess and a horned god, thereby being generally dualistic. Yo, man.
I feel sorry for her. I don't feel sorry for her, but I just, wow, you don't know what you're getting into. You're getting into something, girl. You're getting
This
into
stuff is
something
crazy.
that your father left off from.
She said, a goddess, it revolves, divinity and witchcraft revolves around a goddess and a horned god, a god with horns. Who that sound like?
The devil.
You know who the goddess is, right? Lilith.
Yeah.
That's who the Jewish people go. They believe in that Lilith stuff. That Lilith stuff. Yeah. That's where it came from. It came from them. So, man, listen. You'll throw away your opportunity for salvation, man. Just throw it away, man. What did you do to go so headlong in divinity school? Oh, wow. They're going way deep in Christianity than the usual person. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know where she gonna wind up, right?
Yeah, really.
No, I mean full blast. When she get out of school, she gonna be the witch of Endor. She's gonna be like the witch of Endor. He said, I should not cover thy neighbor's wife. When you're looking at his wife, you can't have her. He said, nor his manservant. And these things go on in Israel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's not supposed to.
But they go on.
Go on in Israel. A lot of sly, slick stuff be going on. I heard one man tell another man, oh, you like him tall, huh? I was there for that one.
Yeah,
You know,
I remember that.
that's the man's wife.
Yeah.
This dude look at
He
you.
watching.
He said, You like him tall, huh? That's Israel. I'm not talking about heathens. Got a lot of cleaning up to do, man.
Yeah.
A lot of cleaning up. What are you doing looking at that man's woman? That's why all these incidents be happening.
Yep. That's right.
He said, no, his manservant. Look, his employees, the people who work for him. Okay? Leave my work alone. He worked for me. He's a man, he's a servant. He serves me. He does my bidding. Okay? You cannot have him go and serve you. Leave my work alone. Leave my manservant alone. I plan to marry her to my son. That's how he had to do that. These are your possessions. So you can't covet another man's, and God had to detail it. If you notice that, he said, don't be envious of him. He had to detail it. His house, his wife, okay? Nobody's jealous with another brother children. No, I want your son to be my son in Christ. No, they do that with houses, wives, artifacts, cars. He took from me a car. As soon as he get locked up, took his car.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? He said, "No his manservant, no his maidservant, no his ox, no his ass, no anything that is thy neighbor's. Anything that don't mean, well, you're not my neighbor. That you can't do that to nobody." The reason why it's certain things are stated this way is because these people didn't live in Brooklyn, New York.
Right.
They had their own land, their own country,
They didn't live in the city.
their own suburbs, their own cities.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So my neighbor next door is doing what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
So I can't be looking at him like that. But that still counts for today. Just because my neighbor's a heathen, I'm not going to look at his wife. Oh, but they got married in the Christian world. That don't count. No, it counts.
It counts.
It counts.
It counts, man.
It counts. These things must be honored and respected.
Respected. Yep.
This marriage thing, the incident, an advisor advises them to break up, and then he goes with the woman.
Okay.
It still don't sit. It's not right.
Yeah.
But see, everything that's marriage counseling. We don't have marriage counseling.
No. We didn't need it.
You know,
No.
if I need counseling about something in my marriage, I go to my mother, I go to my father, or I go to my father's father.
That
or
never
my mother's
happened.
mother.
We never read about
No, I'm just saying now.
Right.
Because there's different stuff going on now. Different rules, different game. Back then, there was no marriage counseling. There was no problems in the marriage.
Right.
Oh, but he's not spending enough time with me. That type of stuff didn't matter
It
to the
didn't
woman.
matter to. That's right.
And look, there ain't no way for me to take you where I'm gonna take you.
Mm-hmm.
None of these things that exist today existed back then. Most of the things that you go out to are places of worship that were started in ancient Rome. I forgot the word, man. You say it's over the M. What? The restaurants and stuff.
Oh,
It's over the M.
with the museums and
Mithraism.
stuff.
Mithraism.
Mithra.
They have a god called Mithra, and that's how they serve it. Museums, amusement parks,
Dining areas.
Dining areas,
The dining areas.
lounges.
The dining areas was when they made sacrifices
Right.
to their gods,
gods.
and they dined together.
They dined
That
together.
they was eating
Yeah,
of 30,
yeah.
eating of the
They had-
sacrifices of God.
They perform theatric acts,
Right.
aka shows.
So
Stage, and everybody's sitting down watching the kind of stage. That's idol. You looking up to him, you're paying him. All that stuff come from Mithraism.
right.
Shows, clubs, lounges, strip clubs, any type of club. Huh? Any parties, period. Bars, oh, definitely a bar. Definitely. Those are places that were made in worship to idols. Chuck E. Cheese. Dave and Buster's. You got Chuck E. Cheese and you got Dave and Buster's. And you go to Dave, yeah. You got, hey. I used to like it too at the stop. They got a lot of games in there. You see adults going there for themselves. They got a lot of games in there. Ooh, just like people throw birthday parties in there. All that stuff. You can't be a part of none of that stuff. Believe it or not, it is worship. It's always different types of worship to the idols. He said his ox, his ass, or anything that is not neighbors. And all the people, the Israelites, they saw the thundering and the lightning and the noise of the trumpet.
They witnessed that.
All that time, this has been going on. It never stopped.
Never stopped.
It's been going on. And it sounds like this thing getting louder and louder. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at that. This is a scary situation.
Yeah.
Right? He said the noise of the trumpet and the mountain was spoken, and when the people saw it, they
They
removed.
moved. Backed up.
You know what they did? They backed up. The
Backed
same
up.
way they backed up when they was going to press, they was pressing Moses and Joshua.
And the glory of
They
God
said the
came
glory of
down.
God came down in the
On
cloud,
that
right?
cloud.
On the
They
tabernacle.
left all that alone.
They backed it. They dropped it.
They dropped it
They
in
go way
and
back
backed
to the
up.
tent. They didn't belong there. The tabernacle is far away from them.
Yeah.
So they had to go there to lynch mob them.
Yeah.
And it was gonna go, it was gonna go down.
Right.
So God came down. Everybody flee.
Everybody dispersed. They
Ran
all.
off. He said they said unto Moses, he said, Moses, speak thou with us.
We will hear.
We gonna hear, we gonna listen, we gonna hear everything you say.
Uh-huh.
But do not let God speak with
Let's
us.
die.
We can't get close to him.
Mm-hmm.
Like how we can get close to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He talks with thunder and lightning and all this stuff. You talk to him for us. You be the mediator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The middleman. All right? He said, the mountain is spoken. He said, speak with us and we will hear, but let not God speak with us lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, don't fear. Fear not. Hold on for a minute. God is only doing this to prove you.
Right.
That his fear may be before your faces. He want to show you his works so that you will have fear to do his command.
That's right.
He want to see how you get when you get scared. He said, fear not, for God has come to prove you.
Mm-hmm.
He came to test you, all right? And that his fear, he came to test you to see if you're going to still be with it.
Right.
You ain't going to get scared and be like, no, deal is off. People do that. He said, well, and that his fear may be before your faces. Look, after this, you're going to remember. You're going to remember, and that fear is going to keep you from sinning. Like how he said, and the Lord said, what did it say in the Lord? He said, and all those shall hear
And fear.
and do no more such wickedness.
Uh-huh.
This is sort of coming from that page.
That's right.
He said, God, he said, don't be afraid, you ain't gonna die. That fear not means don't pray, you ain't gonna die. So he said, but God come to test you. That his fear, your fear of not wanting to speak to him and what could happen to you will always be there to keep you in the way.
Right.
He said, the fear of the Lord, he said, God is the only way to do it. He said, the only way that men depart from evil is by what? The fear of God.
That's it.
It's beyond, this is the right thing to do. It's beyond that.
Right.
Nah, man, I'm afraid something gonna happen to me. That's the fear of God right along, son.
That's right.
That's it. So, nah, man, I'm not, no. Most likely gonna be tight with me. I don't think I should do this. When that come in your head, don't let nobody tell you anything different, because that's wisdom talking to you. You've been doing a good job, but wisdom is there with you. You've been doing, you at this level. So wisdom gonna say, yo, man, you know better to do that. You good.
Right.
It been coming in your head not to do it. Okay? You're good. The thing is, follow it.
That's right.
Follow that good thought. Don't listen. Don't do it. Don't let that happen. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Follow it. We have a problem following the evil thought. That's the problem, man. We follow the evil thought, emotional. Follow the thought that says, nah, man, you know, Imam wouldn't like it.
Right.
Abba wouldn't like it.
Right.
It's the same as saying God won't like it.
That's right.
That's what we got to start saying to ourselves, man. And that's going to build fear. Look, when you get that fear right with your parents, you could work your fear. It's an exercise.
That's right.
Now, okay, boom. It's easy to fear God now. If you fear your parents,
That's right.
people who don't fear their parents ain't fearing God. They don't fear nothing. If you act like that with him, what you gonna do with me? You know what I'm saying? Fear is what makes men depart from evil. Nothing else. Not even his righteousness. fear, because I know what's going to happen if I do this. He said, so his fear may be before your faces. His fear may be in you, around you, and come past you, so that you don't sin. That's the only thing that's going to stop you from sinning is fear. It's fear. Fear of God.
That's it.
Fear of who God will put on you.
That's it.
Fear of how God can do anything. Because you
That's
know
it.
God could do anything. So look, anything that happened, God did it. So he said, no, I don't want no misfortune happening because I'm doing this. No. Chill. All this going on in your heads, man. The good and the evil is right here. We pick and choose what to listen to, man. So he told them that you don't sin. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. That's why they say, Moses is like no other. He went up in there. That's why God said, I didn't speak to you in no dream. I didn't speak to him in no dream. Check this, man. I didn't speak to this guy like I speak to everybody else in a dream or visions or dark sayings.
Right.
Something that, a parable.
Right.
Something that everybody ain't gonna perceive but Moses. I didn't speak to him like that. I spoke to him face to face. I told him, pull up over here in this mountain, my man. Come on inside. Come inside the mist. Come inside the dark mist. And he went in there, but it's dark. He's right here. He's like this, talking to God. He's face to face. But he can't see him.
Can't see him because he's thick dark. That's the same darkness that God put between the Egyptians and the children of Israel.
Thick darkness, same
Can't
thick
see
darkness.
between.
That's the same thick darkness. Look, that's the same darkness that was upon the face of the deep.
That's right.
You can feel it.
You can feel
It's
it.
so thick.
That's
Cut
that
it
same
with a
darkness.
knife.
It ain't regular darkness.
You can't see through that. Light,
Can't
that
penetrate.
thick darkness is like a black
Suck it up.
hole. It sucks
Suck
it
that
in.
light out.
That's what it is.
That's right.
Man, so he's right there, Steve. He said, look, man, I'll speak to him face to face. Look, he just can't see me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll bring him right here. We kick it for 40 days and 40 nights.
Mm-hmm.
And you got some nerve talking about him? Listen, man, certain things this guy do, mind your business. Because you're not doing the things that's up here that he do. When it's time to buckle down and do, you don't do it. He do it. And he do it. So you can't say nothing about this guy or this girl. You can't say nothing about her. You're not on their level. So you can't look and fault them. You have to at least get to their level.
Right.
You have to at least. The Lord said unto Moses, thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I talk with you from heaven. He said, look, see, I talk with you from heaven. Y'all heard my voice coming out the fire. The fire was the whole mountain on fire. And they heard God's voice coming out of it. Remember, he said, yo, man, remember, man, be circumspect. Be careful, because you did not see no similitude. Okay? Only ye heard a voice. So you have no business making anything and saying that's me. Because you don't know what I look like. You can't make a voice. You can't make a voice. You can't form a voice. So that's all you're going to get. Because you can't make an image like that.
Right.
Come on. So you go, you speak to him. So he's up in there, and he's talking to him now, right? So he said, you have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. We're going to agree.
Ye have seen that I talk with you from heaven. You should not make with me gods of silver. Neither shall you make unto you gods of gold.
You know what the deal is. You know I'm not them statues of gold and silver, so you got no business making them. You heard my voice. I talk with you out of heaven. You know I'm up there somewhere. So all the stuff you making and bowing down to, that ain't it. Okay? Tamshi?
An altar of earth. Make an altar of earth. Thou shalt make unto me.
You can't make an altar of gold.
No.
What it say? An altar of earth.
Altar of earth.
Stones. Unhewn stones. Untouched stones. Stones in this, what we call in this natural state.
Right.
You take them and you gotta put these big boulders together, and that's the altar. God altar different. God altar don't look all pretty like my man Ahaz. He went to go and pay tribute to the king of Assyria, and he bowed before him. In that the Bible dictionary, they got a picture of it with the king in his robe just like this, and he bowing in front of the Assyrian king, and he got a caravan and stuff. Now, when he made that visit, you know what he did? He saw the altar that the king had and the priest had, and he made an exact replica of it. And when he went back to Jerusalem, he told the priest, you take God's altar and put that to the side. Take this blueprint and make this. This is what we're going to use. He said, what? You shall not make with me gods of silver, gods of gold. And that's what they do. They make them of silver and of gold. Pretty, detailed. They put gold on them. That's why he said, don't look at them and admire them. Because it's something attractive to the eye. Okay? There's something attractive to the eye. And the altars, their altars, everybody's altar, are abominable. Okay? I can't take a chair and make it an altar to God. If I back here, I can't take the table and make it. No. I gotta go out there and get boulders, unhewn stone, put it together. That's the altar. That's what Abraham and Isaac and Jacob had to do. But they were their own priests. Right. You know that, right?
Right.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were their own priests. Any priestly thing to be done, they did it themselves. They was the king, priest, godly man, all in one. That's why they didn't sin. That's why I stopped saying that Jacob sinned. His mother told him to deceive his father. Leave that alone and mind your business.
That's right.
You ain't getting no blessing. You ain't getting your blessing. Your father don't want to bless you. He want to curse you. That's what's happening today. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, thy peace offerings, thy sheep, thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. So we have the places where God recorded his name. Shiloh.
That's the first spot.
Right? Jerusalem. Now these places is where Shechem. In Joshua's time, Shechem. So those three spots, that's where the high priest lay. And that's where everybody bring all their burnt offerings. That's what they bring. He said, in the place where I record my name, only, that's the only place you can do this in. You can't do this in the home. You can't go to the camp and do it. You can't go down south to the moon. There's no place to do it. God ain't got no place here where he recorded his name. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist now. We're not living in the era where God has recorded his name. We'd have been able to get iniquity off us. We'd have been able to I'd be able to get my own sheep and breed them and go and take them to where God recorded his name and get some of these sins off my back so I can have at least some help. Because we need help. We're sick in the head and sick in the heart. But there's no way to do that. Those opportunities were cut because the children of Israel went against God. So, well, I'm going to give you a chance. You ain't even taking them to the high priest. You're taking them to the Moabites.
Yeah.
You giving your stuff out over there, and you bringing me the sick and the main. He said, give it to your governor and see if he take it. So they stopped getting their iniquities off them and piled up more. So what's the use of having this set up? Right or wrong?
That's right.
That's why God destroyed it. That's why God allowed the heathen to do what they did.
Right.
Woke up in the Holy of Holies with horses, knocking over stuff. And horses make Zohar anytime, all the time. While they're walking, they make Zohar. What you think they was doing in the holy place, in the Holy of Holies?
Yeah.
Desecrating the place. Then they put up their deity.
Brought their stuff.
They brought their stuff in. Like, no, this is our stuff now. And desecrated off the swine flesh on there. Everything that God told them not to do, these people came in and did it. And then tried to force the people to do it.
That's right.
Now there's no forcing. Israelites says it's clean, oh, it's good. You only got to get a certain amount of blood out. Oh, you only got to circle a certain amount of time. There's a certain amount of fat. Oh, there's only God only talking about the fat that the priest. He didn't say that. He said, all manner of fat, all manner of blood, you shall not eat. All manner. But blood and fat, he uses those words in different parts. All manner or no manner means you're not supposed to have not 1 ounce of it.
Mm-hmm.
Any part of the flesh. Well, I'll put it to you like this. They're saying you take the fat from it. All of the fat from the animal goes to get burned for sweet Savior, for the Lord. Whatever doesn't get burnt gets used to make soap.
That's right.
That's what it's saying here. There was no leftover fat that's not getting burnt because it's not going to be eaten. So why are you telling the people there's only a certain fat from a certain part of the animal that you can't eat? That's for the priest. The priests don't eat that. And I read in the book, it's in there. It said, God said, look, the fat from the caul and the fat from the shank, the shoulder, this, with his intestines and his guts, you put all that over there together. So I said, so where's the fat that's separated? There's no fat separated. No fat separated. Mm-hmm. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. You messed it up. This is how it came naturally, with man untouching it. Mm-hmm. So God wants his altar untouched. I don't know why. And it's not my job to find out why, because he would have said it. Doesn't matter. You wouldn't understand it. Certain things you don't need to know why, because you're not going to understand it. You're not going to understand it. That has to do with certain things that you do in the physical affect the spirit world. And that's as far as I could go with that. It has something to do with God being holy. Right. And for everything to work the way it worked, you can't put a hammer on it. It's going to be different if you put a hammer to that. It's not going to work. God knows that. He created everything. So do it the way he told the prophet. The prophet told him, close the door behind you. Right? On you and your sons. Don't do it by the door open. Okay? If I keep this door open, it's going to get what? Warm. The cool is going to go out. But something is going to leave out. Something that is activated going to leave out. Israelites don't believe in the spirit world. I don't know why not, because it's all over this book. Okay? We are housed in the body. We are spirits. All of us are spirits that God has put in the body of flesh for a certain amount of time. When that time is up, the spirit leaves. The command been given out. The spirit knows when it's time to leave. The spirit leaves. Where does the spirit go? It just take in the air? No. There's a spot where it goes. God has said, Abraham shall be gathered unto his people. And I always said that. He's gathered, he's dead. So that means his spirit is physical. His body is being buried in the cemetery in church. No other Israelite there. But he gathered unto his people. Right. So in the spirit, he's going to be amongst his people. The ones that were before him that died righteously. So nobody believes the story about the witch of Endor. Nobody believes that Samuel came up. Nobody believes that Samuel came up. I peeped it. Nobody believes that.
What you gonna say?
So you gonna say some of the stuff in here? You gonna say you pick it and choose it.
They scared to go into that chapter
because you know why?
They don't want to go.
It substantiate that you have to do these commandments. And when you leave here, there is a spot for your spirit, whether you did it or whether you not. There are spots for it. And there are answers to be paid for this. They don't want to acknowledge that. That same spirit
Because they wicked.
knows it. And the wickedness in them won't make them acknowledge it.
Yeah. And what keeps them stagnated.
That's why.
What keeps them stagnated, make them not want to push forward.
So you're not going to want to deal with that part. But it's all over. It's all over. Say it again. You're going to be gathered into his people. They say, yo, man, if this guy go to somebody else and persuade them to serve another God. They say, man, everybody in that city should kill that man. We can't do that today.
No.
You know how much order that was, man? You know the type of order that God kept? We say, oh, man, it's so strict. But that's the way it was supposed to be in the beginning.
That's right.
That's to show you how much wickedness has taken over. That God got to give you some strict stuff. Because everything everybody doing is wicked. That's why it's so strict. You're in a place where everything goes. So when you say, well, look, man, you can't do what everybody do. Here's the rules here. This to show you what they want there. The person said, well, I can't do nothing. See, nothing to you is what they're doing. You got to look at it. The nothing is the wickedness. All the stuff you say you can't do is wicked. And that's the spirit crying out. I heard people say, well, man, I can't do nothing. I can't do this. I can't wear my stuff. Sorry, baby girl. Can't wear this stuff no more. Gotta come out of that. Can't go to the club no more. With the see-through on. Look, man, you go look. The social media gonna have to be revenge. Them dudes be hollering at you. You're gonna have to dead that account. Because that's what it's all for. If it ain't business purposes, it's for what? Link up. It's to get praises. To get praises on how I look. Vanity. Well, okay. I'm done with that.
Verse 25.
25?
Yeah, 2025. Yeah. And if thou would make me an altar of stones, thou shalt not build a hewn stone. So if I look at our tool upon that is good. Now shall I walk by steps.
It's a good altar.
As our nakedness,
That's where we get ramps from. That way, you can't see the train station. Everybody going up and down the train, you can look right up the window. You ain't about to go like this because the elevation, the steps. But if she was on the ramp, we ain't gonna see it because she don't have to lift. Nothing has to be lifted. And the same thing with the priest. Somebody gonna look up under the priest robe. You see all these restrictions gotta put barriers. Because why? Men are naturally wicked. People are naturally wicked. Naturally. Go to Joshua chapter 8. Joshua 8. All right, let's do 7. Let me 7, yeah. Go ahead, 7.
But the children of Israel committed a trespass.
The children of Israel committed a trespass in the cursed land. Check this out. The situation is this. They are so close to, they are all holy now. They are the congregation of the Lord. They're close to God. Their status is high with God. So God deals with Israel as one man. So if anybody do something, everybody pay for it. You feel me? That's how close they are with him. That's why it said the children of Israel committed a trespass. But it was Achan that did it. Everybody ain't do it. I ain't do it. He ain't do it. But when we are collective as one, we're all responsible for each other now. What I do will get everybody killed. Okay.
Kedem.
Kedem.
Means dedicated.
A dedicated thing.
Forfeited property.
See? what he took was dedicated to another God, was dedicated to a heathen God, was an artifact that was unholy, an abomination. And he committed a trespass when he did it. He crossed the line. He said, what are you doing? You don't belong here. You're trespassing. And you don't, out of line doing this. You're out of pocket.
That's
Right? He said, and he trespassed in the accursed thing. But Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took of the accursed thing. He took a dedicated thing. I took a cross that was just blessed by the Father, and I brought it in here. That's what he did. Dedicated things, man. Things that God says an abomination. He said, this is a curse. He said, this is no good. I hate this. You can't have these things. You're going to get everybody. You're going to have all types of spirit jumping on everybody. I ain't going to look, what the hell's wrong with me? Because I'm part of a collective that has one member that has a cross. Or this, or that, something that he's not supposed to have, or a picture. You understand what I'm saying? Come on, man. A collective, when I say collective, means
One.
so that means we all gonna get treated as one. So when one mess up, it taints everybody. What is it? One bad apple, spoil the whole bunch. That's the position that they were in with God. And when we get to say, well, we're gonna keep this, we are a collective. So the same effect. No?
If you can't see that, then
You don't need to be part of the collective. You have to be. You belong in another collective. What they said, one of these kids doing their own thing. Remember Sesame Street? They said, man, all of these kids is doing their own thing. You gotta pick out which one is the oddball. You gotta go. It's the same thing here.
That's right.
But guess what? You ain't gotta kick out the oddball. The oddball kicks itself out.
Right.
And in God's world here, he gonna see he or she is gonna find a reason not to be a part.
Mm-hmm.
And that's their personal thing. That's something between them and God. I can't do nothing about that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even pray for you. That's you. That's something that you brought with the own works of your hands. So now you are be given your own heart's lust. Now you're doing what you want to do.
Yeah.
He said Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai.
Which is beside Beth-Aven, on the east side of Bethel, and spake unto them, saying, go up and view the country. And the man went up and viewed Ai.
You know, when he said go up and view the country, it means spy it out.
Spy it out.
Go up and check it out. They call that reconnaissance. You go behind enemy lines, you sneak behind enemy lines, and you survey the land and get as much information about the land and the people, how they operate, everything as possible, and then you bring that information back. In the military, it's called intel.
And they returned to Joshua and said unto him, let not all the people go up, but let about 2,000 or 3,000 men go up and smite Ai, and make not all the people to labor thither, but they are but few. So they went up thither of the people about 3,000 men, and they fled before the men of Ai.
He said, look, man, everybody can't go up. They're going to have 3,000 of them go up. They went up against Ai, and they got chased. That's not supposed to happen. Because God already told them, if you follow my commandments, a few of you will chase 1,000, right? Mm-hmm. So how come a few of them wasn't able to chase? Something's wrong.
Something's going on.
Tell she.
And the men of Ai smote of them about 36 men.
36 men died.
But they chased them from before the gate, even unto Shabari.
That's an embarrassing thing to get chased.
Oh, yeah.
You go, yeah, charge, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, you running. You aggressive. You went there and kicked it off. Now you running. Life ain't correct. Something in your life is not correct.
That's right.
Tell you.
And smote them in the going down, whereof the hearts of the people melted and became as water. And Joshua rent his clothes and fell to the earth upon his face before the ark of the Lord until eventide, he unto the elders of Israel, and put dust upon their heads. And Joshua said, Alas, O Lord God, wherefore hast thou at all brought this people over Jordan to deliver us into the land, into the hand of the Amorites, to destroy us?
He said, how could you bring us out of all that trouble
And then
and deliver us and then bring us right into this situation and then hand the Amorites?
you see how God works? You see how the Most High works?
That's how you work. Because there's a cursed thing amongst them.
Right.
So now stuff ain't going right.
That's
You go to fight, you get chased.
That's right.
Everything cool happened, you get a phone call. Yo, come over here, man. This and that. Oh, shoot, man, there's drama going on now. You know, all these things, man. One after the other. Job got news. Boom, boom, boom. Right, one after the other. And that's how it be now. You come from one situation that's grief to another situation. You ain't gonna get no breath. You ain't gonna get no break from it. Okay? Why? Because there is a cursed thing. There is iniquity. There is abomination in the midst. Don't you?
With the God we have been content and dwelt on the other side Jordan. O Lord, what shall I say when Israel turned their backs before their
He
enemies?
said, what can I say, man? He said, what shall I say? Like, I can't say.
I can't say
gotta
nothing.
keep my mouth shut. I can't even pop no chunk because we ran. We got chased. And now everybody's scared. Nobody want to fight no more. Some shit.
For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land shall hear of it, shall environ us
Okay,
round.
that's why I say certain things the Canaanites not supposed to see, certain things the Canaanites not supposed to hear.
That's right.
I don't care what I did with you. I don't care what you did to me. Keep that with the family.
That's right. That's right.
Even friends ain't supposed to know certain things that are going on in my
That's
family.
right.
You come asking me stuff
Yeah.
because you mad at me, so you go out there complaining. That ain't supposed to happen. These people, they said, look, man, our business is our business, man. Don't let, even the king, Saul said, don't do this to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like certain things, we
deal with our
certain criticism and rebuke is here.
Yes.
Because it's not for people to see that. Because we're looked at a certain way, believe it or not, man. And a lot of that stuff is weakness. Now they're gonna look and say, well, nah, man, he cool, he not cool. This one isn't this one. That's what it breeds. That's what it breeds. Because people on the outside, when you in, you ain't gonna see what you look like. You looking out, you can see. Oh wow, that's why people got videos. See, that was you when you was drunk. See, this is how you was acting. It's like, oh wow, that was me. And before you showed that video, you said, no man, that wasn't me. I ain't do that. I wasn't that drunk. Play the thing. You push them away. You push people away with your ways. If you push God away with your ways, you definitely gonna push me and him and her away with your ways. I definitely will make you say, no, I don't get too close to him because I don't like his way. Certain things he do, I don't like. That's it. And that's how God is with us. And we are the same way with each other. There are certain ways that shouldn't be acted out. There's certain things that shouldn't be said. There's certain things that shouldn't be acted out or said in front of strangers.
Right.
He said, for the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land shall hear of it and shall environ us around.
Surround
you know
us.
what that means? They're going to surround us. Okay? And cut off our name from the earth. And what wilt thou do unto thy great name? Because wherever the wicked see weakness, they exploit it. You think they They was waiting for a chance to get Israel. You know how many nations wanted to had been better with them? Moab said, look, man, these people, I heard about them, now they right in my backyard, man. Yo, Balaam, pull up. Curse them. Because he already know fighting them face to face ain't gonna work.
Right.
Because God is with them.
Yeah.
See, I'm gonna try to get them in the spirit world. But if they good in the physical, they good in the spiritual. See, the heathen don't know how to go. Once I said, look, man, I'm looking at them in their tents, and he dwell alone. Matter of fact, there's no iniquity found in Jacob. I just looked at all of them. Each and every one in that nation, there's no sin in nobody. That was the congregation of the Lord. That's the congregation. There's no congregation of the Lord today. The congregation of the Lord were the witnesses. The witnesses were the ones that saw the 10 plagues. This guy talk about them. He said, man, y'all saw. Y'all was there. See, there's a difference when you was there and you weren't there. You, I expect more from you because you was there. You know what it is. You saw. You were witness. You saw what happened.
3 witnesses.
That's why witnesses are very important in the case. They have to tell the truth. Witnesses. That's why some people say, no, wait, I don't want to be a witness in none of this.
They get up out of there.
I've done the same thing, brother. Because it's a different type of people now. They don't want you to tell the truth, what you saw. They want you to lie to them. Oh, yo, listen, man. Don't go up there. Don't take the stand. Go up there. He said, oh, do you see the guy that did that to you? He said, no, Your Honor, I can't say I really see him. The prosecutor said, wait a minute, hold up, man.
Yes.
For weeks and months, we sat in the room, and you told me this, and you told me that. You said he did this, and you said he did. And now I got the case set up, and you come up here, you go to jail for that now. You know that, right? You can't get up there and be like, well, no, I don't see him now, change your mind. You going to jail for that.
Yes.
Back to perjury, lying. So now you're playing with the courts now. Now you're going to get you. Can't do that. Don't you?
The Lord said unto Joshua, get thee up. Wherefore liest thou thus upon thy face? Israel has sinned, and they have also transgressed my covenant which I commanded them. But they have even taken up the accursed thing, and have also stolen and dissembled also.
God
And they
said,
have put it even among their own stuff.
he said, the Lord said unto Joshua,
Get up.
Get up.
You prostrate before the Lord. God.
And this ain't the time for that now.
Man, get up.
You, look, I'm not listening to this.
He said, man, it's a curse.
In the middle of his prayer, he told Joshua, get up.
He said, something
You know
going on.
why? You know why? Because you're not holy right now. There's something in there that's making y'all unholy, so I ain't listening to nothing. And you get up and go take care of that.
See that?
Because he's in charge.
See that?
Get up and go take care of it. Then I will listen. But right now, I'm not listening to nothing. There's something there that
That's blocking your prayers to me. I'm not hearing it right now. I can't hear it.
That's right.
So right now it's action time. Now, oh man, let's pray. We gotta go take care of this first.
Right. Get these abominations.
We gotta take care of this first.
Get the cursed things out of here.
All the men come together. No, we having a meeting. No, let's say a prayer first. We ain't gotta say no prayer first.
No.
We
Clean
come
up.
together a little better. We don't have to do that. Let's get to the situation at hand. Everybody sit down. You the accused, you sit there. The accused usually sit in the middle. All right, look, listen. This one did this. Look, you a witness? Pull up. You a witness. Who else was there? Okay, and you take care of it now. We don't need to say no prayer for that. They didn't even say no prayer when charges were brought up by the gates. Got you. This ain't no prayer shop. They said, look, man, this guy here, my son, he's a drunkard and a glutton, and he won't listen. We chastise him, he still won't listen. His mother, and he still won't listen. So we brought him down here. You think they said a prayer first?
They stoned him.
Come on.
So that's why I said Israelites like adding on. Too much tokenism, too much Christian.
Related stuff.
Yeah, the mannerism, the lingo. I didn't never hear the word scriptures. Scriptures was always a Christian term. Okay? We used to say the book, the Old Testament. We make a clarification. We never said the Bible. But we said the Bible.
Talking about old books.
We made a clarification. Right or wrong?
I read the Old Testament.
So as generations go by, they start doing their own thing, they get loose and they get worse. And what certain things we stayed away from to keep us in that guideline, people are not doing that now.
That's right.
Tell me.
Therefore, the children of Israel could not stand before the enemy,
See?
but turn their backs before the enemy,
Because you got to
because
curse
they were accursed.
They didn't just commit an abomination,
Mm-hmm.
okay? They didn't have unclean product among them, like swine flesh or something like somebody else. This was way worse than that.
Yeah.
A thing that was dedicated to an idol. This was made, okay, you see how God said, holy. This is holy, this is separate. But look, I only wear, this robe I wear every day. This robe is only for Shabbat. That robe for Shabbat is separated, it's holy. That's how you make things holy.
See how it's able to say, bring vestments upon our.
Right. Certain things I only use for Shabbat. I'm not doing that for the rest of it. It has to be a distinction. Even if I wear a turban every day, this turban is for Shabbat. I have to do that. You have to make it keep Shabbat holy, right? So it's a lot of things you keep separate for it. Now, in religions, they think they're doing the same thing. Okay? That's why certain brothers, they get the word kwadosh mixed up. I'm gonna show you why. Because amongst the Hebrew world, they have holy things. They have things that are separated and sacred to them, but it's not to the Most High God. To them, it's holy. So that's why they use them and make a play on that word. And Israelites get caught up with that. Yeah, they get caught up with that. In the temple of Baal, you had things separated for certain use. It's the same thing. So you don't want none of those things. That's worse. Because that's a dedicated thing. It's a cursed thing. It's higher than an abomination. This is a cursed thing. And that's why you can't stand before your enemies. That's why every time you step up, you get put down. That's why you never get it all. That's why this guy got you. This little wicked dude got you. Because you got a curse. You have something among you or in you that's not correct before God. Tom Sheep.
Neither will I be with you anymore, except you destroy the curse from among you.
It stops now. The relationship is over right now until you get this out of my house.
That's right.
That sounds like a husband, right? Yo, it's over right now. You gotta get this out now. Throw it away.
Go.
I gotta see you throw it in the garbage. Get it out of here now, or this is done. I'm out of here. Matter of fact, you can keep the house. I'm out. There's nothing to talk about. That's what God said.
That's right.
He said, O Israel, thou canst not stand before thine enemies until I take away the cursed thing from among you. In the morning, therefore, ye shall be brought according to your tribes. They got to assemble. Everybody got to assemble in order.
Sanctify the people, and say, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow. For thus says the Lord.
That means they got to do the same thing they did before God came down upon the Mount Sinai.
Right.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
They had to
they never said what they did when they sanctified.
The only thing I know is they stayed away from their wives.
They were a woman for 3 days.
I know that.
Wash their clothes.
They wash their clothes, right? That's what they had to do. It's a different, because you're dealing with God here, man. Certain things with God personally, no, not this regular stuff. You got to do this here.
That's right.
Okay? Because if you don't do this here, you're dead.
Yeah.
So they had to do this again. They had to do the same thing they did at the foot of Mount Sinai. Tamshi.
But thus saith the Lord God of Israel, there is a cursed thing in the midst of thee. O Israel, thou canst not stand before thine enemy until you take away the accursed things from among you. In the morning, therefore ye shall be brought according to your tribes. And it shall be that the tribes which the Lord taketh shall come according to the families thereof. And the family which the Lord shall take shall come by household. And the household which the Lord shall take shall come man by man. And it shall be that he that is taken with the accursed thing shall be burnt with fire, he and all that he had, because he had transgressed the covenant of the Lord, and because he had wrought folly in Israel.
So every family got to pull up.
The whole
It's
family.
down to
Everybody
detail
died.
now. Yeah, bro, we're going to check the tribe. We're going to look inside the tribe of Judah. Okay. All household, all sets pull up. All sets pull up. All families pull up. All right. Houses, right? The house of Mikael, I have 8 sons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my sons got sons and sons and sons. That's my house. So now my house come up, right?
Right.
It's somebody within my house. It's out of the line of one of my 8 sons. That's how they did it. They said, appear before in tribes. They said, ooh, came out of Judah. Then they go to the house. Then they get down to the individual families. Come see?
So Joshua rose up early in the morning and brought Israel by their tribes. And the tribe of Judah was taken. And he brought the family of Judah. And he took the family of the Zarhites.
Now see, the whole tribe of Judah. Look, all the rest of the tribes will go home. Because the culprit comes out of Judah. Now we got to find out what house, break it down, what house, and what family. We got the tribe now. Talk to you.
The family, it said, and he brought the family of Judah. And he took the family of the Zarhites. And he brought the family of the Zarhites man by man. And Zabdi was taken.
See?
And he
Zabdi is a son of Zarhites. He's a descendant of the family of the Zarhites, one of the families in Judah. He said that Zabdi was taken.
And he brought his household man by man, and Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zia, the tribe of Judah was taken.
Achan, the son of Carmi. Carmi is his father. Right? Zabdi. See?
Carmi, the son of Zabdi.
Zabdi, the son of Zerah. Zerah, that's the Zarhites.
Right.
Okay? Zabdi is the head. He's the acting, living, father of that household, that whole house. And one of the sons is my man Achan. So now we know it's Achan. Chumsy.
And Joshua said unto Achan, my son, give I pray thee glory to the Lord God of Israel, and make confession unto him.
Make confession unto him. Don't make confession to
Not
me.
to me. Not to me. Make
And he
confession
can
to
pray
God.
for you. He can pray for you. He can do a lot of stuff that these guys can't. You think about my father, I have sinned. You know it's a joke. You know it's a joke. But this is the real deal right here.
Right.
And he said, confess to God what you did.
That's right, not to man.
Not to me. What the angel said. Angel said, man, don't make nothing to me.
Don't make no sacrifice.
Wherever you make the sacrifices, you make it to God.
That's right.
They didn't play that.
No.
They said, well, look, I'm close to God. Well, look, no. It all go to him. All go to God. All go to God. I don't want none of that credit because it's God I work for. Talk to you.
And tell me now what thou hast done. I did not. And Achan answered Joshua and said, indeed, I have sinned against the Lord God of Israel, and thus have I done. When I saw among the spoils a goodly Babylonian garment,
Look,
and
don't tell him what was going on in his head while the breakdown was going on. By the time he got pointed out, he knew why he got pointed out. He ain't try to get out of it. He ain't try to lie. He said, yo, man, I messed up. I sinned before God, man. I did it, man. I sinned. And this is what made him a saint. But later on, Mattathias talk about him. You know that, right?
yeah,
He got praised for acknowledging his sin.
Stop saying I didn't do it.
That's what he got praised
That's
for.
right. That's right.
You said,
No, you did.
oh man, I can't, but didn't he do that? Yeah, but look, in his faults, he still was right. That's why he was mentioned amongst the great men that served God. He's in that list. That's why I see how I should say about these people. They are the examples. No, I mean, we ain't gonna know how it goes. Let somebody go in.
when I
Right or wrong?
when I was teaching about Saul, individual in the congregation called, he said, chunk. Called, so I said, oh. I watched the teachers.
I seen, that's, I
said,
remember.
Whoa. You can't talk like that about these people. Yeah, but I'm gonna be wrong.
Look, that's all church, yo. It's with Samuel right now.
That's right.
His sons and him are way better than you and your sons.
Mm-hmm.
He's with Samuel. I don't care what he did. He's with Samuel.
I take that offensive. I don't like.
Yeah, man, don't talk
Against
like
these
that.
men
No.
Don't talk like that around me.
Look.
Don't call none of those men in here.
But they serve God.
No,
Look at this. They serve God, right?
crazy, bro.
They serve God, right?
Crazy. That's
And
right.
God said they were righteous men, right?
That's right.
So you see what we're dealing with today? Watch yourself. When you serve, you say, okay, I'm going to be right and I'm going to serve God. That's how they're going to look at you. That's how they're going to look at us. That's how they're going to feel with us. Yeah, man. That's how it's going to go. It's the same way, don't you?
When I saw among the spoils a goodly Babylonian garment, and 200 shekels of silver, and a wedge of gold of 50 shekels weight, then I coveted them, and took them, and behold, they are hid in the earth in the midst of my tents, and the silver under it.
Yeah. Two things he did wrong. He took a dedicated thing. That Babylonian garment was a dedicated thing. Right? And the 100 shekels of silver and the wedge of gold, God said that was mine. He specifically said about this city, when y'all go in there, all the tin, metal, gold, silver, and brass is the Lord's.
Right.
That's bring it to the treasure.
Right.
He wasn't supposed to. Look, even if he didn't have the Babylonian garment, he's still gonna get it.
That's right.
Because once you have something that you're not supposed to have, it's an accursed thing.
Mm-hmm.
See, God, the accursed thing was the dedicated thing, right?
Right.
That was the Babylonian garment.
Right.
The wedge of gold, God said that is mine. We put claim on it.
Right.
And he said, don't keep it for yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he kept it for himself and he kept it buried. Now my thing is, you can't wear it, you can't use it, you can't spend it.
Why you had it? Right. Why you
You see what wicked does to us, man?
That's why you hit
You
it.
see what wickedness does to us and make us do
That's why you hit
irrational
it.
things that are not wise. And when you sit back and be like, yo, I didn't even have to do that. Yeah, that's what wickedness does. It jams you, man. This guy wants to put you in a position where God don't want to mess with you. You know the guy I'm talking about? Yeah. He's the force that's working against you. Tells you.
So Joshua sent messengers, and they ran unto the tent, and behold, it was hid in the tent, in his tent, and the silver under it. And they took them out of the midst of the tent, and brought them unto Joshua, and unto all the children of Israel, and laid them out before the Lord.
Oh, wow.
And Joshua and all Israel
Presented it before God. Said, yo, this is it here.
went before the ark.
This is the
He went before the ark and laid it out.
They laid it out, like what Hezekiah did.
With that
The letter.
Turned it around.
Turned it around.
So God could read it.
So he can't read it. It's upside down. God is on it. He gonna read it. He did the same thing. Look,
So he laid it out.
presented it. You know what
God.
that's what they do in court. Exhibit A, Exhibit B. It's on that table, and it's presented. That's the evidence against the defendant. That's what he did. This is the proof here. Come see.
And they took them out of the midst of the tent and brought them unto Joshua, and unto all the children of Israel, and laid them out before the Lord. And Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan, the son of Zerah, and the silver, and the garment, and the wedge of gold, and his sons, and his daughters, and his oxen, and his asses, and his sheep, and his tent, and all that he had.
But
And
you
they
don't
brought
make-
them unto the
By
valley of
doing
Achor.
that, he made his household a curse to everybody. Everybody.
White, kids,
Everybody.
children, babies.
By him
Everybody
doing
got to go.
But look, now if they don't kill him and do this, well, this is not barbaric,
No.
okay? They are so close to the true and living God. Certain things have to be done now to reverse the effect,
Verse 7.
okay? This is not barbaric stuff here. We're dealing with righteousness and the heights of righteousness and
That's right.
wickedness. Okay? You got to get rid of that family and everything associated with that family. With the cattle, ain't nobody, no, kill the cattle. Bring me all the sheep. I'll take the sheep. See? That's how the wicked think.
Mm-hmm.
We can't think like that.
No.
That stuff ain't no good. All of it gotta go. Because of the validity of ownership. That is what makes it spread in the household.
Mm-hmm.
Down to the animals. Take them now and bring them to the valley of Achor. Valley is a deep ditch. Deep, wide ditch in the land. It's usually at the beginning of a mountain. You at the base of the mountain right here, then the valley go all the way down, like a basin. Joshua said,
why hast thou troubled us?
man, you troubled us. You made us hot. That's what he mean. You made us hot with God. You getting us in trouble. Tells you.
The Lord shall trouble thee this day, and all Israel stone with stones, and burn them with fire.
Yeah. No, because he said, whoever did it shall be burnt with fire. He did say that. And all Israel stoned them with stones and burnt them with fire. And then after that, stoned them with stones. Again, they were dead. And they stoned them with stones. Piled it up. That's the burial. They were buried under those stones. Comes you.
And they raised over him a great heap of stones unto this day. So the Lord turned from the fierceness of his anger. Wherefore the name of that place was called the Valley of Achor unto this day.
See, he said, and they raised up. By doing that, he said, it turned the fierceness of his anger. Okay? We got to learn to do that now. Turn God's anger away from us.
But you can't even discern when he angry.
Right.
Because look, so you got to stay good. So you do the things you know you're supposed to do. Then you ain't got to worry about that.
That's right.
Ain't that right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what you do everything you know you're supposed to do. All the law that you learned at the age that you are now, do it. You ain't got to worry about God being angry at you. Right or wrong.
Right.
Shalom alaikum.
Shalom.